Okay, hey you guys, welcome to the live. I always gotta, for some reason, reset that little banner thing every single time. I don't know why. It's 'cause I'm too lazy to look at it. Anyways, hey Charmaine.
Hi.
Hey everybody. Whoops, my iPad went off there. Okay, let's see here. American just says, hey, send me the link for your video there. If you want me to play it, send it to me in Facebook. So I'm gonna try to be here the whole time, but I am moving my office around, so let's hope I don't miss anything. Okay, good evening. Hey, Crafty, how are you? I believe he's 100% guilty. Hi, Tawny. Hi, all. I've been listening tonight, but wanted to say hi, vote in the poll, and send love. Absolutely. Hey, Miss Dog Lover, modded you up. I was needing you to talk in the in my our chat yesterday, but I didn't see it, so I couldn't mod you yesterday again. But you should have your wrench now if you say your next thing there. I have faith in the jury. I think that they just need to evidence. Um, I'm going to agree with that, to be honest. Hello, everyone. Justice for Abby and Libby. Hey, yeah. Hello. Thumbs up. Streamlabs is in the house. Don't forget your punctuation matters with Streamlabs. Hi, Maureen. How are you? Oh, there she is. Okay. Okay. Got your wrench. Sunny. Hello, Lizette. Brett Decker. Hi, guys. Hi, Mark. Matt Sullivan. We can believe either way. Doesn't deny the fact the county failed to investigate. It probably may result in an acquittal if they want to reject the funny games with credit. I don't think it's going to myself be an acquittal, but I absolutely, 1,000 billion% agree with that they failed to investigate the case properly, and I'm hoping that with what they do have, to me, will result in a guilty verdict with what they have. But you know what? It's one of those things. Whichever way it goes, we'll have to just wait and see. Hi, analysis. Hey, CD. Hey, Jerry. I have faith in the jury, but I'm a bit worried. I accept what the jury says either way, and we must learn to accept our bias and the fact that they saw the evidence we didn't. And hello, Stephanie. Okay. All right, you guys. So obviously, um, I mean, I said Monday or Tuesday, but I'm just not sure because like Monday's a holiday for us, but I know it's not like a federal holiday over there. So I'm not sure if the jury reconvenes on Monday there. Do you know for you guys if they do?
They do. Yeah, they do.
They do. Okay. All right. You know what? At the end of the day, I want them to spend time looking over the evidence. So I want to talk about something before we actually really get started. So, um, as you guys know, Aspen Connor was a co-host of this channel. It's a crime and shame. During this whole entire trial, he's pretty much gone MIA, missing in action. Barely heard a peep from him. Beyond upset, beyond feeling, what do you want to call it, betrayed, beyond not just to me, but to others as well, that he wasn't messaging. And it was just everything I didn't expect from Aspen Connor. Now, so in saying that, that part I'll leave there. Then today, this morning, there was this video by Hidden True Crime. And of, let's talk about this first, actually. Prayers for Abby and Libby that are on screen. Like I said, however the jury decides and whatever, that's in the hands of the jury. But prayers for Abby and Libby and justice and for their family members, etc. So, do I still have it up? I think I might. Um, Juries. Is it? Do I? Maybe I didn't. Did I close it? Oh no, here it is. Okay. Okay. So there was this video that came out today by Hidden True Crime, and I think some of you watched it, but some of you might not have. But I'll just play it for a
So I
second.
just want to make sure people are here. Okay, 2 thumbs up.
One sec.
So here's what's going on. There's a YouTube creator named Aspen Connor. I just posted his video in our community post. Aspen, ASPEN, Connor, CONNER. Aspen is here working on a ton of different another project. And on the side, Aspen has a YouTube video, and Aspen is all I can tell you is that Aspen is in the know, and I know who Aspen's sources are. So I trust Aspen. Go check out his channel after this and go watch his last 2-minute video. So this is what's going on. The evidence that they are looking at. So first off.
Okay, so when I actually seen this, I was beyond pissed, to be honest with you. I was like, oh, what special projects? You know, oh, special little source info, right? I was actually quite pissed. And I was like, really? You literally bailed on the channel, but here you come out with your little videos of some gossip or what, or, you know, of what, no, sorry, sources. Now, Charmaine, just to ask you, this was in a Facebook group prior to the video dropping?
It was. Yep.
Okay. So, but you know what? At the end of the day, these people are all at the courtyard. So I just want to say that I like to speak the truth. I am disgusted with how Aspen has acted since this. I know that from the flip side of it, you know, it's going to be one of those poor Aspen, poor victim. You know, he's just all there for the family, and he's just emotional basket case and da 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 da. Now, I know he's like that regardless behind the scenes, but at first I was really, really pissed, and I was like, oh, there he goes from 4.6K subscribers because everyone's wants the biggest juice, and you know, and she mentions his channel, and next thing you know, he's at over 10K of viewers. And then I realized, honestly, I don't care. I was like pissed this morning initially. You know, me and my husband were going out today, and I already had a headache, and then this just kind of pushed over the headache somewhat. Then I took 2 Tylenol, and then I realized, you know what? I don't wish Aspen ill will. Everything happens for its reasons and goes their ways for their reasons. But at the end of the day, I'm a person of, well, at least I feel I am. Others might not sometimes because they know that I'll disregard them in a heartbeat if I feel like someone betrays me and their loyalty wavers. I'm one of those people that either you're my friend, do not stab me behind my back, you know, don't sit there and whatever. I'm just one of those ones that face value, and I don't ever kiss anybody's ass to ever, right? Some people are people pleasers, and they will, even if they don't like you, they'll continue talking to you just to get information. I can't be that way if my life depended on it. But whatever Aspen does from here, future wise, whatever, you know, honestly, I have to just I'm very angry and disappointed at the way that he, not only me, but others that are part of his friends group, that he just kind of disappeared and vanished, went AWOL, and you never heard shit, and everybody else is doing lives. It was embarrassing to say the least, sitting there doing stuff like that. But regardless, I just want to say, like, from this point on, once I got over being pissed, I was like, you know what? Karma's a bitch, first of all. You know, what you do to others and how you treat others will come back to you and stuff like that. And it goes always my way, his way, everybody's way, and stuff like that. But I'm just going to say from this point on, I wish him the best in whatever his endeavors are. Because at the end of the day, is Aspen a good guide in general? Yes, right? He might have done some things that I am absolutely destroyed in my heart about, but in general, is he, you know, a decent, well, God, I hate to put those two words together, but, you know, me and Aspen have had a lot of good times for sure, eh, Charmaine? Joking around and stuff like that. You know, we're always down for a good laugh and, you know, doing things, but whatever. But, you know, I started working, and then I wasn't doing so many lives and everything like that. And, but this case was very important when it came and stuff like that. I regret it. I saw, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if I think that you're the biggest shit creator in the world here. Everyone that's covering this case, regardless if you're a shitbag or you know, an angel to the case, everyone wants justice for Abby and Libby, And however it turns out, it will be what will be, right? The meaning, we always know that the course of life goes a certain way. Anyways, Charmaine, did you want to say anything to that, to anything, or no? He's
No,
good.
it's literally 100% none of my business, and I hope he's doing okay. And I don't think anybody has the right to come in here and verbally attack Sunny for feeling hurt about what she feels is a
Oh,
betrayal, 3-year relationship, and
absolutely.
she's got
Yeah.
every right to feel the way that she feels, and to take away from that by coming in here and being like that. I think you're very disrespectful.
Who's doing that?
Jinx.
Oh, it's Jan. Oh, well, at the end of the day, honestly, I get that. Like, she's over there with him and stuff like that, and I don't know what she's saying, to be honest.
Well, you
Uh,
have every right to feel the way that you're feeling,
I
Liz. And
absolutely have
the
every right
fact
to
is, he
feel.
still hasn't reached out to explain anything to you or try to talk to you. And what goes on behind closed doors is not the same as what goes on
Oh,
YouTube. There's more to the story, and people should just
that's why you put out
respect how Sunny
AWTY.
feels, how she feels.
Yeah, hey, Jinx, say, you know what? Go right ahead. You probably have the biggest mouth out of every YouTuber out here, to be honest with you. And I respect the fact that you just speak your mind, do what you do, and stuff like that. So, whatever. You can say what you want. Means shit all to me at the end of the day. To be honest with you, your opinion. It's a matter about my opinion and how I feel about it. And you know what? Like I said, it's my channel. If I want to talk and say what my feelings are to the people that follow me, I will. They've been following this channel since before Aspen. And like I said, there are people that will watch this channel regardless. Like I said, I mean, I work, I do my job and stuff like that. I don't sit there and try to kiss anybody's ass. I will never be that way. I won't do anything for clicks and views. So, um, if it truly was though, I'd probably be up over 100,000 subscribers by now if I truly was worried about clicks and views. But I'm not. Anyways, if you want to see yourself to the door, go right ahead there, Jinx. Anyways, okay. Hi, Frank. No, I'm all good. I just wanted to say my piece. And like I said, for the people that follow and want to understand where I am with this channel and with Aspen Connor and what's going on, again, if you don't know it, it's okay. That's okay. If you guys don't know more to the background story of it all, but the gist of it was right there. One minute we're just going along, being friends. Next minute he goes to Delphi and AWOL, pretty much. So what can I say to that? Whatever. Have a good life. Take care. All the best. Uh anyways, when YouTuber well, absolutely. I honestly don't care. Like if people I used to get pissed before one time with a certain YouTuber, male, that's at the courtyard all the time. But honestly, it's each to our own, right? Each to own what we do, and each to our own how we walk through this lifetime and whatever. And if you think that your morals are so much better than mine, go right ahead and think that. I don't care at the end of the day. What I care about is this case, and not clicks and views, unlike some people. I care about justice for Abby and Libby. That's the whole point of it, right? We've been fighting just for justice. So, however, somebody else wants to do their own channel or their own live, go right ahead. Don't care, to be honest with you. Um, so, Frank, Frank's like, let me in on the action. There's enough shit. No, no, I think there's enough drama at the courthouse, and with that YouTuber following the jury vehicle and stuff like that. Um, I think there's enough about that. But you know what? There is nothing like honestly, Charmaine. I could give two shits about what any channel is saying about this case really right now. Because why? Because everyone's just speculating like we're going to do right now about what the jury might be doing or might be saying or whatever. And at the end of the day, it's absolutely out of everyone's control. Like there's nothing that we can say to besides our feelings of who the BG is, um, whether or not people feel like it is Richard Allen or not, type of thing. It's regardless if he is the BG and is acquitted, regardless if he's the BG and it gets found guilty and stuff like that, it's in the hands of the jury. And honestly, I can hardly wait till this case for me is done, because Abby and Libby's will forever be in my heart. For but they can never be brought back, and justice will never take away the fact that these two girls lost their lives that day at the hands of the BG, or the person, whatever, which I deem as Richard Allen. Um, but it's been a sad case, but it's one of those ones that I just wanted to follow it through, because it's been such an important case. But like other cases, there's like after the we'll see what the verdict is, but I honestly don't see following this case extensively anymore once a verdict comes down. Because then it's going to be another long process, even if there is. I'm just praying that the word guilty comes out of the jury's mouth, and, talk about it for a little bit longer. And then, you know what? That becomes the end of the story in a sense. Not for the families, never for the families, but as for the case itself, Delphi has been a very toxic community, to say the least. Uh, can't be asked to be part of that stuff, honestly. Do not, whether you guys believe it so or not, I do not like drama. Um, I don't mind sometimes having a piss when somebody's telling me about drama, but I'm not into the whole drama aspect of it. And I really could give two shits, if people want to trash me or not. I would have to have like a care level, and I just don't, right? Because again, I walk to the beat of my own drum. I do my own thing. And if you guys love yourself, care about yourselves, you guys wouldn't matter what anybody else thinks about you either, right, Jermaine? Preach it, Sonny. Preach
Right.
it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anyway, so Shameen, with the case today, where are you guys at it? I know it's just all us speculating, but I think, was it you that said something about, 1 hour per
Yes.
every, yeah, okay. So
I was just regurgitating what Vinny had said, that in his experience as a prosecutor, you can kind of say that for every day of testimony, we'll get 1 hour per deliberation. So what did we have, 18 or 19 days or something? So 18 or 19 hours is Vinny's prediction, to be kind of fairly reviewing all of the exhibits and everything that went on in testimony. So, and I mean,
Yes.
it sounds reasonable when you look at it from that point of view. But you know what?
What?
For the longest time, I was on the fence, and I was it depended on the day, if I was leaning this way or that way, whatever. And then after the state rested, I was positive that we were going to get a hung jury. Positive. And then when the jury finally went to deliberation, by that time, I was like, oh, he's probably going to get acquitted. Then yesterday, I started really going back and reading notes and reading transcripts, and I gotta tell you, I can't, and maybe somebody in chat can refresh my memory, but I don't think that the defense ever said the words Richard Allen didn't do this. I think that they raised reasonable doubt and insinuated that he was innocent, but I don't recall anywhere in testimony them saying Richard Allen did not kill Libby and Abby. And I think that's important. Casey Anthony's jury let her off because the prosecutor couldn't prove how Kaylee died. And that's just the smallest detail that they put a lot of work and effort into saying, well, it's probably like this. This is probably what happened to the little girl. Given all the evidence that we got, this is what we surmise happened to the little girl. They couldn't prove that. The smallest little unproven, beyond a reasonable doubt, detail let that woman off. So they look at stuff like that. So if they didn't say, was it Canadian Girl? Was it? Because if so, then it wasn't in the closing. It wasn't in a whole lot of testimony. The closing was more like he was tortured in prison, so we need to set him free because, you know, the python is squeezing the life out of him. You know, and that's not me saying that I think Richard Allen is guilty or innocent or where I stand, but I'm just trying to see things from the jury's perspective and what they could possibly be thinking.
She says yes, almost positive.
But if they didn't say that even more than once, say he said it in the opening. The opening was 20 some days ago now. That's a lot of time for your client to not say, I didn't do it. They heard it in the interrogation video many times. They heard it. But did they really drive that statement or something along those lines through? Or was it focused? And no different, don't get me wrong, no different than we're assuming that Bridge Guy killed the girls. I'm going to trigger some people with that one. But what evidence did they bring? And further to that, what evidence did they bring that Richard Allen is for sure Bridge Guy? Do you know what I mean? These are the things that I think the jury could be stuck on.
Yeah. Do you think that so again, the stuff that came out today, secret info, was about Holman's interview and the BG video from Libby's phone. Do you think that they were looking to do a voice comparison or?
No, and I mean, of course, that's probably one of the things, but there are many other issues with that interrogation video that would have to be reviewed to consider a lot of the testimony that they heard. You know, what he said he was wearing and where he said he was and what time he said he got there. They would have to go through that interrogation video to match it up with Holman's testimony, to Mullen's testimony, to the eyewitness testimony, to see if it actually matched up. And I hate to say it, a lot of the times it didn't exactly line up to what he actually said in that interrogation video. So.
Yeah. You know, I was listening to a little bit of Nancy Grace here just before we went live, and they were talking about the defense and how the defense expert, though, that his professional expert testimony was by looking at a picture and deciding that that bullet didn't match Richard Allen's. And so that's what they were kind of talking about. I'm just gonna play this out for a second, okay? Kind of made me laugh actually, because I didn't even realize that, to be honest, about like that the defense expert was looking at a thing. But anyways, I still like my Nancy. Hi, Justice Jane. Hi, everybody in chat and stuff like that. Let's see here. Let's see. There's a Twitter. There's some people on Twitter, and I know you guys were all on pins and needles waiting for this verdict to happen. You know, put in the chat, you guys. What day do you think the jury will come back with a verdict, regardless of what that verdict is? Yes, he didn't need. Yeah. So I'm just going to play that for a second here.
Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, you have to look at this under a microscope. I mean, why? Why not take the time to go look at the state's bullet and compare it to the round fired and ejected at the crime lab to make the comparison? Why? How can you make any decision based on a picture?
Yeah, I can tell you've been to a crime lab before, Nancy, because we do use microscopes for this purpose. You cannot simply look at a photograph and draw a conclusion relative to this. As a matter of fact, we use what's called a comparison microscope. So that means you've got two central ocules right here and then two separate platforms that actually compare. You can take one spent or you can take one cartridge and another cartridge and you compare them in real time as you're looking at it. And this is not something we talk about, examining something with the unaided eye. This is not something you can do with the unaided eye. You physically have to look at it to do the assessment. And here's another thing. Listen, if you've got a defense expert, that weapon can, in fact, in most cases, be provided to them, and they can do their own experiments here. It sounds like they really took a shortcut here. I don't know. Maybe this guy didn't have access to a comparison microscope. Maybe he didn't have time. But I got to tell you, there's a lot riding on this, and I can't believe that they would walk into court with this expert, and he hasn't actually put his hands on an unspent cartridge like this and compared it to one that has been cycled through. It doesn't make sense to me.
Hey, Joe Scott, hold that bullet up again.
You bet.
What that you just had. Okay, to have an expert basically look at the bullet the way we're looking at it right now, you're looking at an image of a bullet. The markings on a fired or cycled bullet are microscopic. Microscopic. I can't look at what Joe Scott is holding and say, oh, yeah, that's not a match. You have to look under a microscope, for Pete's sake. I mean, Cheryl McCollum, I find that this really hurt the defense case. They shouldn't have even put him up. I'm not saying he's not an expert. He is an expert. But without having looked at the bullet under a microscope, how can he make the comparison and say, yeah, that didn't come from the same gun?
He can't legitimately. And Nancy, for us, we're going to take that cartridge and we're going to turn it 360. We're going to look at every single angle and line those striations up and those markings up to show it's an absolute match. And when the prosecutor...
Thoughts on that, Charmaine? Just for, to be honest,
from the actual testimony, like I personally, and I don't know, but I personally think it would come down to funding and time. The reason why he didn't examine the actual bullet.
Yeah,
but
definitely funding.
But Matt had it right. She did her comparisons based on a fired cartridge, and the bullet they found was not fired. So, and some of her, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. None of them did a decent job at investigating any of it. And
it's
the one expert did, but the other expert said no. And I mean, if you use your common sense brain, have you seen a bullet after it's been fired, and you've seen a bullet that's been ejected? They're completely different. Like you know what I mean? Like the markings would be completely different.
Well, the thing is that the markings were so, meaning, I think it basically became that the markings were barely visible, that in order to even show almost like evidence that it came from it, they had to fire it.
I think they were getting at the fact that she didn't have the strength to cock the gun with the same force that a man could. I think that's how I understood it.
Well,
so the only thing that she could replicate
she did like 5 times or something. Yeah, but or I've never put a lot of weight on the bullet as the part of the main reason why I would say convict Richard Allen. Those aren't my two main things. Hey,
I think that, for me, if you listen to both the examination and then the cross-examination, she had testified that there was sufficient agreement, which is a scientific term to say there's a match, which they can't technically say in their line of work, but sufficient agreement. But then the defense expert said that when he was reviewing her report, it only said some agreement. And they didn't dig into that enough. Why the discrepancy? Which one is right? Do you know what I mean? They just that was just another thing that they left hanging.
Right.
I think if we would have tied up any of these loose ends, it would have been a lot easier for the jury to say, okay, this or that.
Right. There's a lot of loose ends that weren't tied together to me. And I'm still sorry, but I think the prosecution could have had a stronger closing argument than what they did. I think that they really could have pushed home some. I think that the prosecution, honestly, in listening to it, I just felt like it was okay. Like I feel like there was things that they could have pushed home further in that. I feel like the Cleveland probably could have used up his 2 hours time slot window and pushed home some more things about the gun being the gun or sorry, phone being the phone that's missing. Um, I don't know. I just feel like you could have pushed some more of those things. You know how at the end of the day, we all are susceptible to seeds being planted in our heads by whether it's you tell me of somebody you don't like and the reasons why, which kind of creates a thought when I meet that person about what, say, somebody says and something like that. So I just feel like he could have done a better closing argument. I felt like it was okay, but I didn't feel like it was like I didn't go, wow, that was awesome. Just from what I heard. Even though
It didn't.
I know, go ahead.
It just neither one left an impression, I think, for either side. Do you know what I mean? You didn't bring up the
Yeah,
missing phone. I think it was mentioned in passing.
yeah. I mean, they have to work with what they got. And because of, again, and this just goes back to the whole thing, would have, could have, should have, they didn't, right? They called off the dogs. They lost interviews. They didn't pick up the sticks. They did so much wrong. They didn't analyze the hair. They didn't even, pay $10,000 to get the height of the BG, done. There's just so many things, right? Everything they Google searched about water damage to a phone, about the headset, right? I mean, honestly, about the Ford Focus, when a juror asked about, well, did you check about how many people owned a black Ford Focus? Blah, blah. Well, well, no, but hey, thanks for the idea. I don't even know what to say. I'm just living on a hope and a prayer that with the evidence that they do have, that they're going to deem it that no, Richard Allen was fully capable of understanding his confessions. And we can tell that by he gave the chronological order. He said he was at his mom's house and he had some drinks. He talked about his day and he called his, like, I'm hoping that they'll put the timeline together, even if it's whether, again, even though I hate to say this because I always go back to Kagan Klein, everything about him seemed like he was guilty of being part of not the murders, but as the lure or something. Like there was so much from messaging Libby that morning, from changing his Facebook, from like the whole Jeep truck thing. Anyways, on and on and on with him. And then turns out, as far as we know, unless they again badly, looked into that, there was like no attachment. So it's one of those things with Richard Allen, you know says he saw a white van that spooked him, put himself playing with his gun at the top of the bridge, put himself on the bridge at the 1:30 to 3:30 time. That is, to me, is one of the strongest things, that he himself put himself there. But right, is there anyone that can literally say, yes, Richard Allen, I know you and I know your face and I seen you, there that day at the trail. So I'm just hoping that with what they got, that a guilty verdict will still come back. But I won't be shocked of anything.
Ms. Dogler, that is the bulk of the evidence, absolutely. But here's the thing, in my mind, trying to look at things without knowledge of the case and everything that's gone on, and I'm trying to see things as this jury would see them. RA said he was there wearing the same clothes as BG. Maybe they wanted to review the interrogation video because he didn't say that he was wearing a blue coat and army boots. He said he was wearing a blue or black jacket and an army and running shoes and a skull cap in his pocket. Not exactly the same thing. He confessed 61 times. Yeah, we know that, kinda. We've been told that. But the jury didn't get to hear 61 confessions. I think they got to hear 6. Only 2, I think, 2 were on audio. I don't remember. But
Yeah, I think
which he did. He changed the timeline, but it's 5 years later when they finally talked to him. Memories changed. People wouldn't even let their recollections be refreshed on the stand. It's just how can all of this stand up against the reasonable doubt I think the testimony and the videos can show, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but I think there's enough reasonable doubt there that I don't know. The jury would have to forgive a whole lot of stuff to actually convict, I think.
Comes from the prosecution, Freckle Joy. You know, of
It was
having all the
something. But most
Okay.
of those 61 confessions came from his cell side companions. That's what I'll call
Yeah.
them.
yeah.
And they weren't brought into court. So
Yeah.
the prison guards and the mental health worker,
Just the
those
important
were
ones.
brought in, and the ones like the phone call between him and his wife and him and his mom. Those are the ones that the jury heard about. They didn't get to hear about all the ones that those cell side companions heard. So I'm not saying that in reality it should really be enough, but this is not what the jury has to consider.
Yeah.
Especially if
Shireen,
they're going back at that interrogation video, and they're going to figure they're not stupid. They all took notes. They're going to hear the discrepancies.
Shireen, what was my question? It was there. It's gone. I was reading a comment. Hold on. His memory. Oh, did the defense ever really explain that he wasn't there from 1:30 to 3:30? Because remember they kept saying that he left at like 2:15 or something like that, or and there's no way
No,
that
I
he
mean,
could.
I don't think anything was brought in, and I think
I
we
don't
get,
think that
just
there
in
was
my
really.
opinion, absolutely no proof of it whatsoever. But I think the
Yeah.
reason why they didn't get into it is because the geofencing was disallowed.
Uh,
The state didn't want it in, though, so that on the outside makes it look, why didn't you guys want to talk about this? Where was his cell phone? Was it not there? Did it stop responding at a certain time? Did it show that he left the trails around 1:30? Why didn't the state want that in? I mean, it's questions that I have in my head that I can't. Oh, there's Ivy. Thank you. I hope
Yeah.
Ivy comes up. She's so smart. She
If you
makes
want.
my brain. She's so smart.
I don't hurt your brain. That's
No,
enough.
you relax my brain. You're like a nice morphine. You're my dopamine.
I strongly sometimes don't feel like I get the credit that I deserve. A lot of times I say the same shit that half those freaking experts say. And it's almost like it goes unnoticed. It's always in how smart the guests are. Never do I really ever hear, God, you're so smart, Sonny. You're so
That's
smart.
not true at all.
That is true.
That is not
100% true.
Every single person in your chat that comes here day after day says how much they love Sunny. They love her
No,
voice.
they love Sunny. They love Sunny. They love Sunny. There's a difference. Yeah.
That's what I said.
Putting me
They
on a
absolutely
pedestal
love
and telling me I'm
Sunny.
smart.
They love your voice.
Uh-huh.
They love your channel. They love your chat. They love your community. Just stop it.
No, go on. Go on, Sherman. His phone is missing. He didn't have a right. I mean, that right
But
there
that's another
speaks
thing,
volumes.
Stephanie. Why didn't they go up and get his data? Like, you can still do that without the phone. That was determined. I mean, neither side did it, though. Neither side did it. So there's too many open ends that neither side tried their
Oh,
best
there
to
we
close
go.
up with
I'm
that
just going to
jury.
leave that. See that, Stephanie? She's on point right there.
The
gonna leave
next
that up
one
there.
down to Sunny. Everybody loves you. We all know.
Well,
Blah, blah,
they're
blah.
going to say that now. Yeah, of course.
Todd,
Make
you
me-
are one of the smart-ish people I know-ish.
That's
That
what-
is
Yeah, he's about the ish on there.
ish.
Go on,
Ish is my
local.
favorite.
Where's
Ish
this
is
all
my
coming
favorite form
from?
of
Yeah.
measurement, too.
See, now it's all coming out. The truth's all coming out now. Okay. They didn't have access to his phone from the trail because only phone missing out of a room of phones, right? Right. Out of all those phones, right? Can't find the 2017 one during that time period.
Yeah, but everything, even back in 2017, he was an Android user, and I'd be lying if I said if I knew how their Google worked.
Yeah.
But there is a backup that they do, just like our iCloud, our
Like our
iPhone user.
iCloud, yeah.
You know, there is that backup. And in 2017 wasn't in the Stone Ages, people. Like either side could have went in and got that data. It's sketchy as shit that the defense didn't do it, but it's lazy and confusing why the prosecution didn't do it or even try.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at my messenger. Go on. Person in prison. Yeah, I absolutely agree, Ivy. I think that they need to get this right, right? To the best of their ability, they need to get this right. This is a very high profile, important case here. And honestly, I mean, I would like to be on this jury, but of course, we would have bias because we've been following the case. But no, I know that they have to do this case
Olivia.
justice by
Okay.
giving it the name.
Olivia.
Yeah. What? Cutting out. Shami, you cutting out. Charmaine,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but your face isn't moving. Did you send? She said she sent something. Are you better now? Charmaine, she's obviously having technical difficulties. Let's see here. So, American Justice, who's in chat, which is Melissa, who was gaming and sleuthing, which is has been chair sitting for Aspen some of the times and others as well. Hey girl, hey.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Because I don't know what happened. My internet here is sketchy at the best of times, but I got to go back because Olivia wants to know or just had a comment that I hope that I'm going to accept the jurors. You don't take any of this the wrong way. I mean, I guess you've never listened to me, but I'm not a free Richard Allen. I'm not a Richard Allen is innocent person. I'm not. I am literally taking what we've heard from the note takers in trial and trying to think of that information from the perspective of a juror who knows nothing else. So
yeah,
I mean,
it's basically removing herself to think how the jury would think about it, which is common sense, right? You're trying to think of it how a jury would look at the case, not our personal opinions, but how a jury would see this.
The last thing that I would ever want is to see, this man or be acquitted and have the families believe that he's the right man because the evidence at trial was sufficient to prove that, right? I wasn't there. I don't know if he did it or not, but you got to think of things from the perspective, the information that was said in testimony, is it enough for a jury who knows nothing else to find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? That's my worry. And if they think so, of course I'm going to respect it and I'll be happy about it. But if they don't think so, I will understand why.
Yeah. And Joe, no, we didn't have a blow up at all. He just AWOL'd once he got to Delphi. There was no anything, to be honest with you, at least not that I was aware of or anybody else. I don't know. Can't explain it. But that was at the start of the video. We're past that now. If you want to listen to the start, what I said, then go ahead. But other than that, I'm over that part of it. Are you going to play it? Okay, yeah, we're going to play it. So this is Melissa, which is gaming and sleuthing, which is now American Justice is what her channel is called, as you can see. So she made this video. She wanted to do a special tribute video for Abby and Libby. So let's just play this out really quick, you guys. And thank you, of course, Melissa, for making a nice, beautiful tribute video. I haven't seen it yet, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be beautiful regardless. Wait, this is copyright free music, right? This is copyright free music. Melissa, just to make sure, right? This is, yes, perfect. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Leave it there. Okay. Very beautiful, Melissa. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. I was literally, it's hard not to watch that and not get emotional when you see these two beautiful girls that lost their lives for no reason at all.
It's not weird, Ivy. It's just ironic. It's hard enough getting a straight answer out of Travis, let alone trying to pin him down for a percentage on his opinion.
One sec.
It was a very sweet video, Melissa. Thank you. But it does help us remember what this is, what this comes down to, and what the families have been and will still be going through, no matter what the verdict is. It's not going to change anything for them. It could, could make things a little bit worse. Um, sad.
So many people forgot about these two girls, and it became about them and their channels, clicks and views and bullshit, blaming the family, accusing the family, and just dumb shit. Dang, Melissa, shit. It's just so hard. This case has been so hard. You know, it's been like I said to a lot of us a very important case. Well, anyone that's watching, actually, that's watching this right now, regardless of your opinions. It's been a very hard case. It's been a long case. It's been a hard case. It's been an emotional case. It's been a frustrating case. It's been everything. I can't help it. I hate you, Ellie. I think you guys suck. The ones that were on this case, not everybody, but the majority of people who handled this case. Charmaine, she's obviously having issues there. It just hurts me to no end. Just the fuck ups with this case. What could have been should have been, and we might not ever see justice for Abby and Libby on this earth. Yeah, your little internet went out there. Snee is bashing the family, saying Becky, yeah, like I said, fuck off to those losers, to be honest with you. Those are just piece of shit YouTubers that honestly, how they even have space on the earth is beyond me, but whatever. At the end of the day, just all I can say about people like that is thankful. I'm so thankful I am who I am and not them. They can deal with their own karma and their own bullshit that comes into their life and their own drama and stuff like that. You know, um, Zero care level about those fucking tards, to be honest with you. It's just honestly, it's about these two girls just wanting the proper justice, wanting to see the evidence that proved it's Richard Allen or not. I believe absolutely in my heart of hearts, I know it's Richard Allen, but even if the evidence, or sorry, even if the jury finds him not guilty, I will feel like at the end of the day, I at least feel like we understand why. One of the biggest questions we all just wanted to know was why. So I personally feel like we're not going to know everything unless Richard Allen just comes right out and says, look, okay, this is what happened, da 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 da. Please love me. Please love me. Um, but I think that the gist of the story is exactly what it was. It was an intent to essay, with the intent to have to take their lives as well. And I believe, yeah, he was spooked by Brad Weber's van. You know, it just, as a parent, as a father, whatever, when you have children and you have to put yourself in the shoes of what a family must be going through to deal with this type of death, you know, slit throats, knowing that they have to see these pictures, you know, knowing that they have to keep going through this pain over and over again. And for me, I just can't help it. I mean, look at the smiles on their damn faces, It's just heartbreaking. Anyway, you got anything to say there? The state's case. Anyway, thank you for that video, Melissa. Very touching, and it's always really sweet when people that have a YouTube channel to do little special things for the girls as a reminder that it's about the girls. You know, the state's case. Sorry, I didn't actually read that. Made me question Ari's guilt more than I ever did before. Not the defense and states. And the more I think about it, the more it pisses me off for the families for those girls. Yeah. Didn't Travis thinks that they're going to come? Did he say? Did I read where he said he thinks they're going to come back with a not guilty?
No, I don't think that I think he said more like he wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, you know what? I don't even almost put that one on the table too much. I really don't feel like a not guilty verdict is going to happen, but hey, it could. But I just don't feel like it will. If anything, I feel a hung jury would be before an acquittal. If they just literally can't come to the same conclusions in a sense, but we'll see. It's so crazy to think though that this case has been so long, and now it's just a matter of days before we get a verdict for this case. Yeah, I'm not. Am I too far back? No, I'm not too far back. Okay. At Travis, they had to bring RA to the courthouse. Yeah, Heard family was told what it was for, so they didn't rush to the courthouse thinking it was done. Yeah, I'm sure. And I think Aspen in his video said, um, most people actually, it's just crazy down there at the courthouse. All the news crews are there, plus the YouTubers, plus the stalkers that stalk a van. I'm sorry, you have to be the biggest fucking idiot to sit there and just leave it to those useless pieces of scum to sit there and follow a jury van, you know.
After everything that all those creators have gone through just to get the little bit of access that Skull has allowed, and to
Yeah.
put that at risk by following jury vans just seems next level stupid to me.
Mm-hmm. Agree, John. And I don't think 3:30 would work. What did Ben say? I'm not sure. That's what I feel like, Todd. No, there wasn't. Just to reiterate, there was no argument at all. It was simply that when he got, I didn't even know he was in Delphi. Other people knew he was in Delphi. He didn't really tell a lot of us that he was in Delphi. So it was just the fact that he went AWOL. Never heard from him. He apologized, said what a bad friend he was, blah, 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 blah. He said he was going through a lot of emotions. I said, message me. That's after the live because he was so tired. I said, message me the next day. We'll talk. Of course, never heard from him. Never heard from him for days again. And that's when I was just like, I'm done. If this is how you treat your friends, I don't want to be your friend. But I know that it will always twist and turn back on me somehow. It always does, right? Someone could be totally honest in a sense, and yet I'll take this shit for it probably. But there was nothing. There was literally nothing. He just simply went AWOL once he got to Delphi, you know. And some people always play a victim of everything, over their emotions and stuff like that, and they can reel in people to that. So go right ahead. Um, I just I'm like, we're cancers, but we're two different ways. I don't if I don't like you, I'm not going to speak to you. I'm not going to go on your live. I ain't going to do shit. If I don't like you, I simply don't like you. And I don't care what information you got from me. It doesn't take anything over a friend type of thing. So if you're not a friend, I don't want shit from you. I don't care if you have the juiciest information. Might be my downfall, but at least I hold to my guns. You know, I just don't play. I don't play both sides of the fence type of person. It's just not me. I know Charmaine's the same way too. You know, if you're my friend, you're my friend. You know, don't stab me in the back. I didn't stutter on my answer, Ivy's question, did I? I think what?
Oh, Travis.
That sounds like a little snarky remark there.
It's okay though. It's just Travis. It's fine.
It's just Travis. Yeah. Is that just you, Travis? Actually, Travis, I saw him on Criminality a little bit there. sitting in his back porch with a big screen TV in his backyard there. You must be living in a small house, it looked like, Travis. um, Lawyers don't pay well, do they? They don't get paid very much. Those,
Yeah, defense lawyers are usually pretty broke.
I believe that the state tweaked Weber's story to match the confession. You know why, Ivy? It's not like it would shock me if that was true as well. Kick my dogs, but his food in my chest. Are he confessing to his mom was something else? Again, this to me, this is common sense. Yeah, I ain't gonna be calling up my mom, telling my mom I murdered a couple of kids. I'm gonna call her up if I'm gonna confess to it and say, Mom, yes, okay, because that's my mom. I know my mom typically is gonna love me no matter what I tell her. We expect that from our moms, no matter what. They come out of our freaking shoot canal type of thing, and we might not like our kids and stuff sometimes, but our child is our child. So him calling his mom to tell him, the mom, especially the mom, even over the wife, to tell your mom that you did this. Okay, no one's twisting your rubber ass arm to call your mommy, and be like, Mommy, I'm sorry you didn't wean me off the titties soon enough. I have, like, childhood issues and blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, he called his mom. Who really is going to call their mom to confess to something that they didn't commit unless they actually committed it? Okay, it's not likely that that's going to happen. And people can make excuses all they want about that, but in my eyes, absolutely not. There is just things that normal, typical people will do. And when you know you're guilty of something, and then you decide that you're going to call your mom and tell your wife, and it's like he said to Dr. Walla, like, she doesn't believe me. This is a normal thing. This would be a normal transaction of events when people talk to each other. Did you do it? No. Or, I did it. No, you didn't. Right? Of course, the wife isn't going to believe you. No, you're just saying that. You didn't do it. Yes, I did it. And then it's like, I think I did it. Do you still love me? Just checking. If I think I did it, I think I did, but do you still love me? That's my take. I just try to look for the sane part of the story, and what seems true, what seems logical, what makes sense, and how something would flow word wise. I very much, for me, I'm a word person. When people talk, like, just like in chat, if a comment comes off jerkish or I read between the lines, it's just an instinct for me. So that's why, for me, it's like I look at this like, I don't, the mental health issue side, that's not my concern. I'm just looking at where the truth lies in what had transpired, and does it make sense with the confession and the van and his timeline of placing himself there. I look at that, and to me, it's like, it's not rocket science to me. It's pretty much, doesn't mean the jury's going to see it that way.
Well, hopefully one day we'll all get to hear them.
And is your friend whatever and treat you like, um, yeah, to be honest with you, GP, I really very rarely associate myself with other YouTubers. Mainly the reason why I do that. So there's only a few that I trust, but mainly it's because I don't trust. Um, because we always watch all the time people flipping on other YouTubers that were their friends, and then they become enemies and this and that and stuff like that. And it always goes south typically. I just try, so that's why I don't really search out to talk to other YouTubers and that too much, like any of these lawyers going on. Honestly, I just couldn't be asked. I'd have to care enough about the clicks and the views and all that stuff. And I just don't, honestly. Like, yeah, they're nice, but I just can't be asked. Maybe it's because my heart isn't fully into being in true crime. I think that's part of it, to be honest with you. I love the awareness, but I hate the heaviness of the case. And I think that drama, well, I think that there's certain things within the YouTube community. There's very toxic spaces, and this is definitely one of them. And I'm just not a fan of it, to watch people just use each other to their benefit. And I'm not that person that would ever use someone for the purpose of gaining something just because I needed that, you know. It's not my style, and I can't. It would be like selling my soul to the devil, doing stuff like that. Maybe I should sometimes, but I don't know. I would have to care enough, to be honest with you. But I feel like a lot of the reason is because I just, yeah, I'm probably not invested in the true crime like some people, just because I find it's a hard space to be in, and I really contemplate all the time, um, with this channel, what I want to do with it, because I'm really actually not happy where it's at. I'm not overly happy, um, covering the cases so much, because it's like, I don't know. I like probably more doing about the missing than I do about covering the gory details of crimes. And I don't know. I don't like sitting watching 8 hours of court shit. Yeah, I think I just need to find the thing that's right for me eventually for it. Yeah,
You
because I,
know,
I wouldn't.
I would prefer to sit and watch court shit for 8 hours. Um, if I had to choose between that or sitting in somebody's chat and watching people be venomous and mean to each other and hateful. Yeah, I mean, the last couple of days in the chats that I've been in have it reminded me why I used to dread covering Delphi so much.
Yeah,
Um, at least when we were reading the court documents and we were going over that, for me, it was interesting, number one. And number two, we were all learning something about the case. And chat was generally pretty, pretty directed at what we were talking
I
about.
gotta
But
call.
these last couple of days, not obviously not in Sunny's chat, this is the exception to the rule now, but some of the other places that I'm probably not going to go back to has been very, very venomous for no reason. Like, nobody has a dog in this race. Nobody, except those families.
I kind of respect the fact that Matt Sullivan, because I always thought he was an arrogant douche, to be honest with you, um, type of thing. And um, I like the fact that he kind of said, you know what, I've grown up quite a bit since this case. I've grown as a person and stuff like that, um, which always makes it. I mean, so if it's true, um, it always makes it worth it, because some people have just people change, whether it's due to subs or just their own arrogance and stuff like that. I mean, I've changed. I used to just tell you guys all to fuck off, to be honest. I was like, I ain't doing this shit for you when I first started my channel, because I wasn't doing it for them. I thought that I had the BG, and I was just putting out my information to if the BG was watching this type of thing, and I was like basically telling everybody, you want to take your attitude, go fuck off. Like, I can't give two shits, right? And then I was realizing, like, oh, okay, maybe I'll calm down. I mean, and it's because behind a keyboard, people just say what they want, right? Like, they just say whatever they want, and yet they would never say. Some of these people would never say that to my face, because I'd punch you right out on there if they did in real life. But they sit behind a keyboard, and they sit there and they say like whatever they want, have no qualms about trying to rip people down, threaten to slice their throats, like me, like the guy with me and Deb and stuff like that. And it's a very that's why, you guys know, for this channel, I will boot your ass if you're a shit disturber and stuff like that. I could sit there, I could probably unblock over 1,000 people on my block list right now, but I don't want to have those people that are mean and nasty and stuff inside the chat, you know. And like I said, if Jinx wants to come in here and run her mouth, well, she runs her mouth all the time, all day long anyway. So that's not really a shocker to me. She just speaks her mind, I didn't even know what she was talking about because I would have to really honestly have read the comments, and I just really didn't. There was something I didn't know what she had put up there, but honestly, at the end of the day, I don't give two shits, right? About that. I don't even really know her that well, to be honest with you. But I know that she's at the courthouse and stuff. Even though that did make me laugh a bit when Bob Mata went up to her, and then she said
Which
that
is,
whatever.
to me, is just ridiculous. All he wanted to do was show her sign. And
Yeah,
it was
I know.
uncalled for and
Yeah,
immature, and it made her entire crew look ridiculous. It really
yeah.
did. It really, really did. And Travis, I don't really want to say out loud some of the people I consider friends. I don't want to say it on here where I was, but there were 2 or 3 different ones today that normally are pretty good, but just
Went to
this
Abby and
verdict
Lachey.
watch has really brought out the dark side in people. And I mean, I don't understand why, because it's not like any of our discussions or any of our opinions matter. They just don't. And it doesn't matter to me if you agree with what I say or not.
Yeah. And Freckle Joy, absolutely. You have grown massively in the time since I've known you myself. She's like, when I started this, I was a cocktail waitress at a casino, and now I'm a paramedic. Yeah. Yeah. There's another person that speaks her mind right there as well. You know, maybe to some people, they find it a bit much sometimes. Freckle Joy, remember that on there? You know, sometimes it's like, too, if I offend some people or whatever, I, I don't care, honestly. If it comes out of my mouth, then and I'm saying it, then I'm saying it because I'm saying it. I can't please everybody all the time, and I'm not even going to try. This world, like I said, my life is too short to worry about, who likes me and who doesn't and stuff like that. As long as my husband loves me, and he has. Oh, Charmaine, I was going to say to you, I need to get a couple things off my chest.
Mm, can't wait.
This one and this one. I need to get them off my chest.
I could use some because I don't really have
Yes.
any.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm good with my good friends that I do have and stuff that are either online or real life. I'm very selective anyway. I'm very picky, honestly. And so, yeah, I I will disregard you if you backstab me or make me, anything that goes against what a true friendship is about. You know, if you backstab me and like that, then yeah, you're just kind of like out of my life, to be honest with you. They
Was
need
Ivy
to.
coming up here?
I don't think so. Well, I mean, I said she could if she wanted to. I don't know if she feels like it though. Ivy, were you gonna come up? If so, let me know in Messenger. Charmaine needs you. Do you love Charmaine, Ivy?
I don't
Do you
need
need
her. I just know she has a lot of thoughts and she's very well spoken, and I would love to
you
hear.
need you need her? Like Richard Allen needs his mummy's love.
I
You
actually,
know.
you know what I need? I need a night of West Memphis 3 talk with Travis. We really need to sort
Oh,
that out. We really need to.
all
He's got
right.
an update for me, and we still have a part 2 that we promised a lot of people. So that's what Charmaine needs as far as YouTube goes.
I was gonna say, you know, I mean, you have your channel that just sits
Me?
there and grows dust.
I'm not starting a YouTube channel. I'm not a YouTuber. Stop it. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Out of the question.
You cancel the courthouse as well. Yeah, Charmaine, is there a little? Okay, I gotta go pee in a second here, and you're just gonna have to take control. Wait, did Ivy say anything, or is she avoiding? Ivy, are you
I
avoiding?
think she left. She ran away. It's all good.
I think sometimes they do that. They're like talking, and then yeah, my Kelly. Hey, Kelly, guess what? Um, I was just looking in one of my bags, and remember that lip gloss you bought me for Christmas? You know, the little Hello Kitty. Came across that again. To be honest with you, actually, Charmaine, I gotta go to the bathroom. Take over, please.
Well, I don't know a thing about your lip gloss or whatever you were talking about.
No, you don't need to know about that. You just talk about Delphi stuff.
Delphi stuff. Why Delphi stuff? Missed the Bob deal or who looked bad. I caught a very short clip. Heard him ask want to come on. I don't think it was even do you want to come on? It was he just wanted to show her the poster that she was holding. And from what I remember, she called him gross and was kind of hiding her face. She didn't want to be on his live stream, and ended up pushing her sign into his camera, which is fine. And then walked away. Bob turned around and went back and said, "Do you think the Constitution or whatever is gross too?" Whatever it was. It was a small disagreement, but it was on his live stream with like 2,000 people watching. It just looked really, really petty and silly. I mean, it was just a sign that he wanted to show, and it was a, kind of a pro-prosecution sign. So, I don't know. It didn't look good. Is that mint green? I love being excited news on special guest, but have to save for later. Save for later? What? We were waiting for you to decide if you were coming on or not. Charmaine is a podcaster. Thank you, Ben. Yes, Charmaine is not a YouTuber. Charmaine is a podcaster. Yeah, Ivy, we're talking about baseball. Come on up. I actually don't think the West Memphis Three did it because the stepfather has lied and lied and lied for 30 years. Witnesses saw him with the boys. I mean, there's so much to that case. And I can't remember, Travis, maybe you remember, but there was somebody in a chat that said that he helped solve the West Memphis 3 case. And I desperately wanted to say, well, who did it then? Because the 3 that were convicted were released, but they were released on the offer plea. So technically it's not an unsolved case, but you know as well as I do, it needs more investigating. Ivy, I would think that anyone would want to show a justice for Abby and Libby sign, especially on a defense-leaning channel. That's my point. It just seemed petty. And people that, I know there are certain people that don't like watching the LawTube, the lawyers. They think that they're here for clicks and views and money, money, money. And I don't agree with that. I'm not a lawyer, but I do enjoy listening to them and literally stealing all the knowledge that I can from these highly educated people. But if they're willing to go down there and sit and take notes and then sit on a live stream for 2, 3, 5, 6 hours every single night telling us what happened in that courtroom, again, I think it's just petty to think that there's something nefarious about that. If they're getting super chats and whatever else, and you think that that's why they're doing it, that's for you. But I thank them, because otherwise we wouldn't have the notes that have been taken in the courtroom. So I'm very grateful that they're there, whether they're there for money, which I don't think, or not. I mean, can we all just get along, for crying out loud? Oh my God.
No, that's never going to happen because this world's not perfect and it never will be.
And sadly, some of the, like, once there's a verdict, as long as, well, honestly, the only verdict where this case is going to go away, and it's never going to go away, is if he's acquitted and he, fades off into the abyss. Just like,
thanks, Justice Jane.
Carla Homolka. She's gone, she's free, whatever. But we don't talk about her very much anymore. But if there's a hung jury and we have to do this all over again, those poor families. And if he's convicted, the people that think he's innocent are going to go off the rails. And
oh my God, they're going to go off the rails.
Appeal after appeal, and it's going to be never ending. And I cannot wait for the day that when some of these YouTube channels that strictly cover Delphi with their toxic environments just sink into the abyss.
Or you said some funny shit today. I'm not going to say what they were, but
I mean,
I mean,
it's
she had me
just
cracking up with
absolutely,
some of the shit that she said.
and I meant every word.
I know.
No, 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 Travis, not you. You were in a chat room, and I think it was this one actually. You were in chat the other night, and I was in chat, and there was a guy in there who said that he helped solve the West Memphis 3 case. And you had made a comment. I thought you were speaking to that comment, and I said something else. I can't remember. But all I wanted to say to him was, well, really, like, who did it then? I don't know.
Wait, you lost me. What are you talking about?
Yeah, just while you were away, I was sticking to what I know best, and that is the West Memphis 3 case. I like
Oh,
to
yeah,
think that I
yeah,
know a
yeah.
lot about Delphi, but I've forgotten so much about Delphi, and I've got a really sour taste in my mouth right now about the Delphi true crime community as a whole,
You go.
outside of this channel.
Let it out.
I
Let
already
it
did.
You know, what I'm always grateful for is this, so Charmaine, is that my real life is very good. Like, and like, go to my job. I like my job. It's a great job. And I just I don't take any of the toxicity of channels or people away with me. It's like I just get off the live going, "Hey, husband, are you coming to bed now?" Or
I do. I get so worked up when I see people being so unfairly disrespectful, or the
yeah,
venom is what gets me the worst. Just for no
yeah,
reason, like you don't know these people. What are you doing?
yeah. But the thing is that going to change? That's the thing, right? No, it's not. Right? Some
I
people
don't remember,
like,
Travis.
you know, what a channel's going to do that built their channels on Abby and Libby. Well, to be honest with you, that's exactly why me and Aspen, we didn't want to get stuck in a box. And it's one of those things because at the end of the day, um, foresight always tells you don't want to, like, if you want your channel to grow, in a sense, and maybe one day I'll actually really truly work on it one day, perhaps. I've never really put in this big invested time into making it grow. I barely do any social media. I am so bad. So other people are putting to their Instagrams or TikToks or this. Sounds like effort to me, to be honest with you. But people that are stuck on Delphi, well, then they're going to start, going to other things. But the people, a lot of the channels that are just Delphi, they're just growing little by little by little, if anything. I've seen channels just pretty stagnant. Or, hey, and you know who you are when I say this. I hope when you bought your subs that worked out great for you. Idiots, and
No,
stuff like that.
don't. No.
Oh,
Um,
dear.
and Freckle Joy, yeah, that was actually one of the things that I heard somebody go off on today. Like these lawyers are only here for the case, and they're here for clicks and
Mm,
views. And like, no, no, you're right. They haven't been following the case all along because they have careers, but they're here because of the lack of public access. They're here to try to bring out, and yes, they have their own perspective, but to me, they do it in a way that you can take out their perspective and actually come away from their information with what was actually said in trial, like almost like a written transcript. I mean, it's quite impressive. I couldn't write that fast. There's no way. And remember the things that they remember. Like somebody with a good memory like Ivy, they'll impress me all day, because I'm worse than Dory.
which comment are you speaking about? Which one?
I was just agreeing with Freckled Joy, like not this one, but up top. Yeah.
You know,
But I was just saying that that's the same kind of idea, like what I was hearing today about people just going off about Andrea and Lawyer Lee. And I just thought, I don't know Andrea and I don't know Lawyer Lee. I do kind of know Bob, but none of them are here to make big bucks. This is not what they do for a living. This is not their career choice. Their
Okay,
career
but
choice is the law. Their choice was to come to this trial because there's no public access.
yeah. I think the thing about that is probably, and I'm not going to lie, including myself, there's a little bit of jealousy there going, for the channels that have struggled to cover the case. And then these people come along when they get into the courthouse. But it's not like, let me put it this way. When somebody does Delphi and these lawyers are getting all the super chats, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are staying on a little extra longer because they know that they're constantly getting super chats. But do I think that they overly care considering they have like their lawyers and that anyway? So do I find
Do
it
they,
hard?
do they care about Libby and Abby, the people, the victims? I'm sure in some way they do, but they're here for due process, right? They're here for public access. They're here for different reasons, and they're not emotionally invested
They're
in the
not
facts of the
emotionally invested. They're not
so
emotionally invested.
exactly. And I'm not
Well,
I'm not trying to stick up for these people, but they came here with their followers. They gained more because of what they were covering, but they came here
like
with
what
tens
happens?
of followers. You
Yeah.
know, like
Yeah, like I would not want to take away from what they've been doing. They popped up around the Delphi case. They've been following it, but maybe not, definitely not so much on their lives so much. But obviously now the case is here in a court, and all these people, kind of are like popping up that you've never even heard before. But out of it all, and honestly, um, I love watching Laura Lee and Hidden True Crime. I can't say I really watch Andrea Burkhart, um, but I love every little juicy detail that we were getting out of it all. And John Webster, you know, um, not Aspen Connor, sorry Aspen, but not from you. But I've appreciated it because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't get anything. But the thing is that this is how it works. All this, and this is exactly how it works is that all hidden true crime had to say was Aspen Connor's getting this like kind of like secret info in a sense, or that his source, and he went from 4K subscribers to over 10K subscribers. So it's one of those things is that that's how people work. They don't care about whatever. They don't care about morals. They don't care about anything. They just want the juice and the gossip of the story, no matter where it's coming from. And that's why all the lawyers, because all these people that are coming on their YouTube channels that are there in the courthouse are giving that information that everyone wants to hear from them. And can you fault them for that? Absolutely not, because they're just covering the case. They're not asking for people to donate all these hundreds upon thousands of dollars to them. I mean,
and
but I
I'd
can see.
also like to say about um not so much Lawyer Lee because she does use the censored language that YouTube, but I think that more has to do with her age and just respect for the rules. But
Mhm.
if we really want to sit down and believe that Andrea Burkhart is doing what she's doing for money, then
No,
she wouldn't be using the language and the words that she's doing. And the amount of money that she's earning off of her live streams probably isn't enough to cover the expenses of not working and being here and doing what she's doing all day, every day. So, I mean, I just want people to be a little bit more open-minded and appreciative of, and even the YouTubers that are in there taking notes and reporting what's actually being said, not from their perspective. I want to hear the words, and then you can say your perspective and explain aspects of the law. That's fine, but I can parse that. I want to know what words were spoken in court.
yeah,
And to
I
me,
would have.
the only person that does that accurately and effectively every
Yeah,
day is Andrea.
Well, like I said, had a co-host, was looking forward to getting all the details because literally the co-host of this channel was in the courtroom, and that fell 1000% flat. Got nothing. So I had to go to these other YouTubers that were covering the case to get information. And honestly, I appreciate all the ones that are there that gave us that information, considering my own co-host, like literally AWOL'd, got nothing out of it, nothing. And so that's embarrassing to literally have someone that is your friend, is your co-host, and literally no coverage about Delphi. Tell me that that's not the biggest slap in the fucking face ever on a case that meant so much. So my feelings didn't matter. Nothing like that mattered. It only became about whatever issues were going on with him. Okay, that fucking sucks. Whatever is what it is. So I had all these different channels to go to. Thank goodness to listen to each of their drops, and I loved it honestly. That you would hear shit on the news, and then you would go like I said, one of my personal favorites is Laura Lee for me. Hidden true crime as well, but I was watching Laura Lee before I was really watching her. But I just liked how they would talk about everything of the day, and you got to hear like everything, not just the parts that the news was covering. So I think we should actually be very grateful for all that. Um, to be honest with you, the money comes, money fucking goes. At the end of the day, whatever. Um, they, d- I mean, whatever people want to donate to them, honestly, it's somebody's call, right? Right, Freckle Joy. She donated $49, 49.99 yesterday, and PJ Second Chance $20. I didn't ask him to. I wasn't even trying to guilt anybody when I was talking about uh, just you know paying off the vehicle finally and different things and stuff like that. I don't say things just for the sake of going, oh, let me try to get some money out of you. They're not, but obviously they're not stupid and can see that, like, meaning I'm sure they weren't expecting it, like, meaning how they were going to get this swarm of people to their channels and all these donations out of it. That was probably the last thing on their mind. But obviously, it's hard not to be like, shit, honey, we made about $5,000 today off super chats. Like, holy shit. Like, who wouldn't kind of say that? But they didn't. They didn't go in with the intention of going, ooh, let's see how many super chats. I don't believe that at all, myself. But anyways, I want to get off the whole money talk stuff because money's the root of evil to me in a sense, in a lot of ways. But I'm not gonna lie, you know, not gonna lie, it is a little bit jealousy when you sit there and go, oh, there's a $300 super chat. Oh, there's another 50. Oh, there's another 100. Oh, I'm thinking, huh, hmm, the bills I could pay with that. But
And
at
I
the end
mean,
of the
possibly going forward, I mean, you never know if the it's the audience that you attract, right? And I'm not like she's got
absolutely,
all these lawyer friends from Washington,
you
right?
know, a
And
lot of people,
following the Depp trial and these higher profile,
a lot of people grew off. A lot of people, and again, we knew about it. I knew about it right from the start when that freaking um, the Idaho case came, and it was one of those things. I think I was covering the Nicola Bully, so it was one of those things. As usual, I missed the boat train for subscribers, but for me, always the first and foremost thing is about bringing awareness that we can have an impact on what we do as creators by
yep,
bringing awareness to cases. That will always be the forefront for anything I ever do. Money will never be a primary type. Anyways, I'm going to get off that because I really do not like, honestly, talking about money in that sense. It's kind of one of those things, you know, that people that donate. No one has to force someone to donate to a channel. If someone reaps rewards because they're covering the trial all day long. So, anyways, it's their channel, their subscribers, their viewers that are giving it to them because they're appreciative and stuff like that. So it's not for me to tell anyone how to spend their pocketbook money, in a sense. But anyway, let's go. Exactly, Charmaine. It's so frustrating to hear people making judgments on others solely based on them having different opinions on the case, or it seems. Yeah. Okay, I'm okay. Hope you're doing well, Miss Dog Lover. Travis, Ivy, Bingo, shout it from the mountaintops. You are champion of trying to get an unbiased record sooner. I don't know where we're at here. Went to court Thursday over Ashley, and we have to wait to see what the judge decides. Oh, what's that one for, GP? I'm kind of not up to date on any of Ashley stuff, to be honest with you. I didn't watch all the different channels, but the ones I did, Andrea was the one only who talked about. Miss Dog Lover. Uh-huh. Not not sure who you are. Pretty sure that's a troll, Charmaine.
Who?
She's probably going to go ask for a refund right after she gives it.
Oh, Miss Dog Lover.
Yeah, to hear Mark tonight.
She's an imposter.
Is Turbo? Yeah, Turbo's there too. Yeah, like
Somebody said, or Melissa just said that Turbo went home after the first week.
oh, did she? Okay.
I think
Well,
so.
I mean, Turbo is from Canada and stuff like that too. But again, I just want to reiterate: nobody gives a fuck about the videos after the stuff has happened. You know, like everyone wants to know about the shit in the here and the now, not, like last time with the hearings, right? Aspen AWOL then too. Then a week later, that's when he starts putting out videos with Turbo after the fact, right? After the whole hearings, everybody else has covered it. It's like dead water after that point. That's like, when news comes out, right? It's then and there that you will get your target audience and stuff like that, not after the fact. Even I don't give it. That's like someone caring about a video I made 3 days ago. Not going to happen. Maybe a couple people might watch it. Yeah, it was a slap in the face. Absolutely, it was. But whatever. I can take it. I'm also a firm believer that you should watch coverage from all sides and try to be open and form your opinion. How accurate is your opinion if you only get one side info? Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. What else? What else do you see there, Charmaine? Send me a bat signal tonight on the
They're just
coconut.
talking about a list that Ivy is trying to get her hands on.
Oh, the one that she requested for.
Yeah, you bet.
Mm,
I've been
mm,
trying my best, but so far no luck. Actually,
mm.
somebody has the information. It's just not put together yet, and he was going to send me what he
Oh,
could in the next day or two, but we'll get it.
yeah. Nice dog liver. Nice dog liver. Thanks for the $1.99. Still don't notice you though. GP. I love you, Miss Dog Lover, even though you should be in bed right now. I love how Miss Dog Lover will always say, well, I'm going to head off to bed.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times? How many times it works out that that's not true?
Yeah.
Like 99.99% of the time. Never happens. Next thing you know, she's 20 minutes later, you'll see another thing from out of Miss Dog Lover. Will do. Oh,
No, saying gotta go now. She'll be back in 10 minutes, I bet.
who?
Miss Dog Lover.
Oh, Miss Dog Lover, yeah. Chat, thank you. Gotta go. Yeah, my ass. Okay, wait a second. Okay, I gotta take that down on there. I'm dreading you guys. I have to work at 6 a.m. Charmaine didn't feel badly for me. Sunday, 6 a.m., 6 to 2. Yeah.
5 a.m. for me, so boo-hoo.
Yeah, but not tomorrow. Yeah, but you said, Charmaine, you said you're back to a normal, somewhat schedule, right?
Yeah, until like 10 minutes after I told you that, and then we got awarded another project, so no. No, I'm here doing this until at least Christmas. So.
Has Mel been out there as well?
Cold truth?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, Oh, she's trying. Oh, right. Okay. You get an appeal, my ass. Okay. Sorry. Just not buying her innocence there. Okay. I'm gonna play a little bit more of the Nancy. Charmaine, are you okay still?
I'm
Yeah.
fine, but if you're
Do
playing
you need
Nancy Grace,
therapy?
I'm taking a break. Huh?
Do you need therapy?
Absolutely.
I just want you to know that I love you.
I love you too.
You don't even need to ask. I love you. Anything you need to get
No.
off your chest?
No, I'm
No?
not. I don't have heavy burdens.
No?
I travel light.
Can you look at Mark? Absolutely not. Are you talking about the one with Bob Motta? That one? I don't even know who that was on, to be honest. What was that on?
Find it.
Anyways, that was on Bob Motta's, right? Wasn't it?
What?
That whole, you talk about the sign thing, Mark?
Yeah,
You
I
left.
told him where he could find it. He can go find it. Caesar's therapy. You keep saying stuff like that, Travis, and yet I see no Caesars. And
I
no
don't see
Travis.
any Caesars. I don't see any Caesars either. But I don't like
And no
Caesars. So
Travis. I don't even
no.
think that he's on my side of the border.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I gotta stop screen. Find it. Yeah, I'm probably not going to play that one, to be honest with you.
There's really nothing to it.
Like legit. But that was Bob Motta's. He was the one recording, right?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. Yeah, just go watch it on Bob's. It's like on
It was
his.
yesterday morning.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Mark knows. I told him and explained to him where to find it. It's close to the end.
Like literally right at the end.
Yeah.
Like legit. Like right
When
at
it
the
was
end.
done, he walked around the corner and he shut it down. It's right near the end.
You know what I noticed though? Court TV loves playing JLR's clip.
Does it? Do they? Oh, shame on you, Richard
Richard
Allen.
Allen, shame on you.
Yeah.
Like they purposely keep using that clip,
Yeah.
on there. Yeah. No need to apologize. Just can't be asked, to be honest with you. It was just basically kind of ignorant, really. Still made me laugh though, because it's not like she hasn't done that to other people, right? Like she just like I think she did it. Like remember she did it with JLR as well.
It's just funny doing that to a lawyer on a live stream with 2,000 people watching, and he did nothing. Like he didn't provoke.
No, I know.
You don't do that kind of stuff to people, but you certainly shouldn't do it to a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, it's that video clip, yeah. I mean, Vinny loves to play it. Anyways, I'm going to play a little bit more of Nancy Grace out. So, Charmaine, if you need to go pee and get a drink or something, go right ahead.
Okay.
Prosecution witness was on the stand. She was unwavering. She was solid in her testimony that it was a match. And just remember, whether it's ejected by firing or racking that gun, it's exiting the same way. So those ejection marks are going to be the same, regardless of how it gets out of that weapon.
So let me understand something. Bill Daly, former FBI investigator and security expert, Bill Daly, break it down in simple language why it's so important that an expert look at the bullet under a microscope and what effect this is going to have on the jury as both sides battle it out in these closing arguments all day long.
Yeah, absolutely, Nancy. And let me just point out one thing. One theory here, we discussed why the defense's expert didn't use any techniques. It didn't examine the bullet or the gun personally. Perhaps if they did, they would be led to their proper conclusion. So they could only kind of put holes into this prosecution's scheme with regard to this bullet by only looking at the photo, by only reading a report, by doing that type of analysis. But to your point, is that the only way to properly identify something, whether it's a bullet, whether it happens to be striations on a knife left on a victim, whatever. You need to look at the actual weapon. You need to look at the physical evidence. Now, absent that, of course, you're going to use photographs, you're going to use other techniques to do the examination. But when that's available, there's no excuse that an expert would not use techniques that are known throughout the forensic field to examine this particular bullet, this cartridge, which was ejected, not fired, as opposed to what one of the other guests said. It didn't go through the barrel. It came out of the slide. It came out of the side of the weapon when it was slid back, not fired.
And Joe Scott Morgan, when the opposing side wants to look at the state's evidence, they can look at it and they can even test it in the crime lab. It would be over my cold, dead body that I would let that bullet go unattended with the defense. That's not happening. I wouldn't even leave the courtroom at lunchtime with all the exhibits laying out. No, but you can allow the defense to do whatever experiments they want to do. If they want to look at the bullet under the crime lab microscope, have at it. If they even want to do a test fire on the same gun, do it at the crime lab. So I don't see there's any way that they were disallowed to do their own testing, but they didn't. That is a major fail. But could you explain, Joe Scott, the defense's argument that this bullet did not come from Allen's gun? How are they even making that claim?
I don't understand that. First off, we have the correct caliber. This was a 6-hour 40 cal round that they found, and that goes back to the weapon that he had. And the internal ejection mechanism for this weapon is very distinct to the weapon itself. And the way we kind of break this down is we do a general classification, and then we'll do specifics relative to this weapon. Now, I don't know how many times this individual has fired this weapon over the years, but there are distinct changes that take place with this weapon. Even though it's in a general category, you break it down even further than that. And those specific markings are unique to that weapon. You could have 50 other 6 hours out there that fit this description in a general sense. It's going to be specific to this weapon. Bill brought up an excellent point, Nancy. This idea that what they were afraid of finding out here to put it in his hand in order to test this thing could be detrimental. Isn't it fascinating that they can just kind of throw this out there without any substantive scientific evaluation, and you're supposed to buy it?
Family and friends of Libby and Abby were frustrated when Judge Gull allowed videos of Richard Allen acting out in prison were only seen by the jury to protect the dignity of the suspect. The issue came to the forefront again as 2 more videos of Allen in Westville Correctional Facility were shown to the judge and jury, but not to the gallery. There were multiple objections during this portion of the proceedings, including testy exchanges between prosecutor Nick McLeland and defense intern Max Baker.
During 90 minutes of testimony and showing photos, Sergeant Page testified about the area where the bodies were found, a large area of leaves and rough ground still saturated with blood the day after the girls were found, as well as dry blood on a nearby tree trunk.
In the courtroom, as the photos were being described, noises are heard throughout the courtroom. Sniffles, gasps, family members embracing, jurors squirming in their seats and uncomfortable.
Blood evidence, of course, a major keystone in those closing arguments. For those of you just joining us, closing arguments go down in the Delphi double murder trial. The victims, 2 little girls, Abby and Libby. Now, the defense is arguing, hey, don't look at the bullet, and B, don't listen to the confessions. As we now know, and this is part of the closing arguments, the defense did their best to undermine those confessions, including bringing on the defendant Richard Allen's daughter and half-sister. Why? Because in one of Allen's confessions, he claimed he had them. Big bone of contention in closing arguments. Listen.
The defense calls Richard Allen's daughter Brittany Sapanta and his half-sister Jamie Jones to the stand. Before being asked certain questions, Allen's attorney apologized for having to ask uncomfortable questions. Each was asked, "Did Richard Allen ever murder you?" Both answered, "No."
Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, renowned psychoanalyst out of the LA jurisdiction and author of Deal Breakers. You can see her on Peacock now. and at drbethanymarshall.com. Dr. Bethany, thank you for being with us. What do you make of that? What do you make of the sister and the daughter taking the stand to say he did not molest me?
Well, Nancy, in the prison psychologist's evaluation, he intimates that Richard Allen has something called passive dependent personality disorder. And this is significant to me because with that particular type of personality disorder, the individual will do anything to maintain dependency on their love objects. They will refuse to work. They will refuse to make their own food. They will refuse to be independent. Sometimes they become very dramatic to hold the attention of their love objects. And that could be the motivation for continually confessing and then ramping it up and saying that he molested his daughters. Is he's being a drama queen. He's making the stories bigger and bigger so that he can stay at the center of things. He wants the attention of his wife. Now, to you and I, that would seem crazy to confess to one's daughter and killing two little girls to grab the other person's attention, but he's getting his wife, he draws her in again and again in these phone conversations, and he says, I did it, do you still love me? And then she'll say, no, you didn't do it. And so this is the dance he's doing with her to try to get her to call and be connected to him.
Cheryl McCollum, I want to focus on the sister and the daughter taking the stand. This came up in closing arguments, taking the stand and saying, he confessed to molesting me, but he didn't molest me. Isn't it true, Cheryl McCollum, that Richard Allen stated in one of his many confessions, look, I didn't do all that stuff I said I did, but I did murder Abby and Libby.
He said it over and over and over to multiple people. And I recognize the defense didn't call his mama, who he told flat out, I did it, I killed him. She said, no, that law enforcement is messing with you. And he was very clear. He said, they're not messing with me. I did it. And Nancy, again, if you look at somebody like even Ted Bundy, he used things to shock people. He wanted, confess all about the pornography. And then when they gave him a number of victims, he said, add a zero to it. Sometimes they will lie to further shock and just disgust people. But that does not mean the 60 times that he said he did it, that he wasn't telling the truth.
Well, we can argue till we're blue in the face. Did he intend to make the confessions? Was he in his right mind?
Charmaine, I'll leave you with that look of, Ivy, enjoy that face of Nancy Grace. What did you not hear? Did you say what, Charmaine?
I've already forgotten, but that person that was on the phone said that his mom said, I don't know.
Let me go
Play
back.
it back, I guess. 30, not that long, not that far. Let's not do this again.
Well, where?
Wants the attention of his wife. And so
Right
this
there.
is the dance he's doing with her to try to get her
Phone
to
call.
be connected to
one.
him.
Cheryl McCollum, I want to focus on the sister and the daughter taking the stand. This came up in closing arguments, taking the stand and saying, he confessed to molesting me, but he didn't molest me. Isn't it true, Cheryl McCollum, that Richard Allen stated in one of his many confessions, look, I didn't do all that stuff I said I did, but I did murder Abby and Libby.
He said it over and over and over to multiple people. And I recognize the defense didn't call his mama, who he told flat out, I did it, I killed him. She said, no, that law enforcement is messing with you. And he was very clear. He said, they're not messing with me. I did
She
it.
didn't say that.
And Nancy, again, if
I
you
never
look
heard
at
that
somebody like
before.
even Ted Bundy,
Yeah, that's
he
true.
used things to shock people.
He didn't say
wanted,
they're not messing
confess
with me. I'm pretty sure he said, yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
he did. He said what?
Yeah,
He
maybe.
did. I'm not exactly sure the wording, but it was very similar to what she was just saying.
I don't think so.
They're not messing with me.
I think he
well,
said, yeah, maybe.
Chat.
I didn't rewind that, Travis. That was all Sunny. But I don't think, does anybody know for sure, did he say to his mom, they're not messing with me? Or did he say,
Yeah, maybe.
he did
You're
say,
saying
no, they are not. Oh, I totally missed that. Totally missed that. I heard that he said, yeah, maybe. Maybe that was to Kathy.
I
When she
think
said they're messing
Kathy,
with your head, he said, yeah, maybe.
yeah, I think that was to Kathy. But that one stands out about, yeah, he did say that, American Justice said, which
Mm.
is Melissa. And I remember that too. But the thing is that I'd have to literally go back and find exactly that, you know, moment where they're showing that. But that's how I remember it as well. Like exactly
Mm.
what kind of she just said. They're not messing with me. So, like I said, to me, all those things, like for me, all those things put together, how he was speaking. Yeah. You done listening to Nancy? I like
Um,
listening.
I'm done.
See, I just honestly, I know some of you guys don't like Nancy and stuff like that, but I honestly just like listening to whatever, like even the people that are on the panel, like what their feedback, what their thoughts are in a sense, right? I just like to have the different people on the panel that join, whether it's Vinnie Politan or whatever, just their different take. Because, like I keep saying, right, you got people that are more pro prosecution that are going to have people saying that, defense side going to be saying the opposite, pretty much. It all runs together in my brain.
Just call
Yeah.
me
I
Gold, Travis.
morning, Miss Dog Lover. But I'd see this. To me, there's one thing with you and Ivy that I find similar. That you guys both get upset about, kind of like the similar thing, you know.
Misinformation and yeah.
Well, I don't like. I just for me, I really don't let anybody's view impact how like me being upset and stuff like that. Where it's kind of like Ivy the other day, she's like, I just can't, right? Like it's almost like if she's hearing things to do with mental health issues and whatever that she doesn't agree with, I don't know how to explain it, but you guys have this like streak about you both where it's kind of like, you know, like even like Nancy Grace here. Like it's like, oh yeah, I can't just do her. She's just whatever
So
lopsided
my
or
problem with Nancy Grace is her sensationalism
yeah,
and the number of viewers that she has. She is reaching a vast audience, and some of her reporting, and you know this, Sunny, is completely inaccurate.
yeah, definitely. But then
And
so is a lot of other people.
thousands and thousands of people watch her and believe her, trust her.
Yeah,
That's my
but that
problem with Nancy Grace.
but that goes along with a lot of YouTubers and other and mainstream media though. So I let me,
Absolutely. I don't watch mainstream media for that reason. And I don't ever want to be a
but
YouTuber because I don't want to be in the position of spreading false information if I ever have like 100,000 followers, which we all know
I
is
guess
would never
I
happen. But
just
you know what I mean? It's no different.
I know what you mean, but I just don't get worked up over about it. To be honest with you, it's
It's
because
irresponsibility that
well,
pisses me off.
yeah, but I guess it's just because I know that that's not going to change, no matter how much we can be upset about it or whatever. I know it's not going to change. That's one thing that's we're just not going to be able to change. We can choose whether or not we watch them, but it's not going to change. It's not going to make a difference. So I just could care less. Like I just refuse to get myself worked up over these, either whether I deem them as idiots or whatever, because it's really not going to make a difference. The only thing I know is what we can do is control what happens on this channel, and if there's misinformation, correct it. But other than that, the other stuff is beyond the control. I just don't get it. Like, it's just our personalities. I just don't get upset about that. Other people do. I don't, because it's pointless to get worked up over it. It sucks. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that suck. But like I said, I'm not going to stress out or let it bug me and stuff like that, because to me it just is what it is. We can't change it. The verdict will be it is what it is. You know, how they handled the case will be it is what it is. No changing it. I'm mad about it. You know, I seriously, I think that they should all walk with their heads in shame. I don't know. Just for me personally, maybe it's just because I don't know. Maybe I just, like, nothing really bugs me, to be honest with you, like overly. Like, nothing really sticks to bug me. But,
Lacey.
A,
Nothing.
you need to pick a better role model. It's not that Nancy Grace is my role model. I think, let me put it this way. I find her voice very annoying. In fact, I find her face a little bit annoying. But like I said, I don't mind listening to the guests. I don't mind watching Vinnie Politan and his guests and stuff like that. They're just kind of ones I don't mind watching. Ashley from News Nations. It's just kind of the little circle that I typically watch, in a sense of things. Whereas somebody else might watch totally different, coverage of things when it comes to that. But Nancy Grace, like her, love her. Some people hate her, some people like her. I don't mind her. If I was being truthful, honestly, she reminds me that she has a piggy face a little bit on there. and it's just when her nostrils get going up and stuff like that. I don't know. Her voice does bug me a bit, but most people's I kind of won't watch some, but with now I don't know. I'm not going to justify myself. I watch Nancy, all right. Not always. Just if she's on my thing and I turn on my Google Watch videos, and Nancy Grace is right there, and it's the title, something I want to listen to, I'll listen to it. Usually about 20-30 minutes, depending on how I feel that day. You're much better than her. Hi, Truth Liquid. I always believe that RA is faking his psychosis. But that's my personal opinion too, on there. And we're allowed to have it. At least those who think he's guilty aren't about rioting if he's found not. Yeah, right? Like, I think the people that feel like he's guilty, it's kind of be like, yeah, you're going to be like, for fuck's sakes. But I feel like it's those whack jobs out there that are, just the shit disturbers, in the sense, like the noes of the world and the snays of the world, and those are the shit, like the people that will, injustice, if he's found guilty, and then they'll have their freaking whole protesting, whatever. I honestly, I don't care. Like, Shireen, depending on the verdict here, but if it's guilty, I'll do probably 1 or 2 lives about it, and then, honestly, besides maybe little blurbs here and there, I'll be done with the case. To be honest with you, again, I'm not going to ride off of it. If it's something of importance, I'll talk about it because of caring about the case. But I'm over Delphi when it comes to the whole bullshit of it and the toxicity. The whole point was Abby and Libby, justice for Abby and Libby, and when usually a verdict happens, so discuss it. Okay, is what it is. If there's a not guilty verdict, like I said, how much more can you say? Like, what, to keep doing a live about it, how he's really guilty and he got innocent? Nah. There's some people that are gonna ride this fucker till they like milk the cow. They're gonna milk it, kill it, milk another one with this case, because that's all that they've done is cover Delphi. And it's their bread and butter thing. But I just want to hear guilty. That's what I want to hear. Just want to hear guilty.
And if you don't,
it is what it is. It is what it is, honestly. Like, internally, I have my anger moments about how the case was handled. But so my mind goes to this, Charmaine, is that depending on what your belief is that the girls are never coming back again. Okay, however you want to deem it, up in heaven, with the angels, etc. There's nothing that's ever going to take back this tragic event. No amount of jail time that he does will ever bring back those girls. So if it happens that I'm always a firm believer in that things go the way they're meant to go. And I am fine with however this goes, according to the jury. But internally, I know in my heart of hearts, Richard Allen is the BG regardless. Even if he gets acquitted, he has to live with himself every single fucking day of his life, knowing what he did. And, so it's one of those things that, to me, I hope you live internally within yourself in eternal hell, all the rest of the days that you're alive on this planet. That type
And
of
let's
thing.
be real, if he's acquitted, no matter what you think, his life is over. His life as he knows it is over. He's gonna have to, if he's acquitted, they're going to have to find a nice, quiet, dark spot in America that nobody's heard of this case, just to be able to lead some sense of a normal life.
What's Travis talking about there? Yeah, absolutely. Do you feel connected with her? We can have that analyzed.
Let's talk about Nancy Grace. You and Nancy Grace. You're like this, your besties.
Oh, you know what? Nancy Grace got read by what's his little face there? That little Tyler guy, medium on there. Nancy is actually quite a very nice person when she's in her own zone on the TV. Like she does what she does, right? But when I was watching her with Tyler Henry and she's doing that live, honestly, I don't know, just a nice person. I like her.
I'm pretty sure she's playing a role on her show. She's got a persona.
Oh, absolutely, she has a persona. But I've when she was having that redone by Tyler Henry, and he was in her home. Honestly, she was just. It was very heartbreaking listening to her story as she was talking about a death and stuff like that. But it was like seeing the soft Nancy Grace. And I do believe, yeah, she started off with a persona of how she is. She's an outspoken individual, but by the same token, yes, I think that she has that persona. I think in a way I a little bit do too, though, when it's a live versus at home, because on a live, it's like you always feel like you have to defend yourself or something all the time or against trolls. So it's my instant reaction is like typically at home, you never hear me really say like fuck this or well, but on the lives it's like yeah, fuck off, whatever, da 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 da. But I'm definitely more abrasive than I am because at home I'm just not. Like I can be if somebody gets in my face and says shit, I'll be right back up in yours. But I just lead a really chill life, really. But online, you keep dealing with special people all the time. And it's like, you're just dealing with idiots and morons, consistently. And after a while, it gets old and you just get like, fuck off, get off, have a nice day, blah, 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 you know. So definitely, like I said, after we get off this live, I'm like I said, one of the chillest people ever. Uh, I always tell husband he should be thankful, that he has a wife because, like, honestly, I know like lots of people's relationship and shit like that. My husband, there's no control issues here at all. There's no nothing about that stuff. It's hey, honey, what do you want to do? What will make you happy? No problem, type of thing. And it's just a real chill environment, really. And it's because I choose it to be that way. If I worried about what every someone said bad about me or this or that, I would have to have a complex problem, and I really don't. So I'd really honestly have to care what people thought about me And I just really don't. I only have to look to myself and ask myself, do I like who I am? You know, type of thing. And, the people that know me closely, they know exactly where my heart is, and what kind of person I am as well. And there's other people that might think that they know me and might judge me differently. But again, I would have to give a shit. If I didn't love myself, I'd probably need the, like Richard Allen, I'd probably need the affirmations from other people, but I don't need affirmations from other people about, who I am as a person. It's nice to hear when people appreciate you, but I don't need affirmations to make myself whole as a person. I'm whole as a person because I love myself for who I am and not trying to be something different on there. Charmaine, can I get an amen?
Amen. I agree.
you know, um, oh, feels like it's later than 9 o'clock. Are you getting tired? You getting bored?
Oh yeah, it's a 10:15 here.
Oh, right. It is. What's your plans tomorrow?
Work.
Oh, are you working tomorrow?
Yeah, and I'm gonna work this Monday too, so I'm gonna take next weekend off. My grandson has his first hockey tournament. Yay!
Oh, nice. When are you going back to BC? You just got back, but
Probably April.
oh, not till April?
Yeah. Well, he's going to
Oh.
Slave Lake here probably in the next week or so.
Right. Kelly, yes, for the defense. Hey, I don't want to keep you. If you want to get going, I'll probably just linger on a little bit with these guys for a little bit more. But
Okay.
hey, if you, yeah, just go rest, man. I didn't realize you were working tomorrow. I said I was, at 6 a.m. What time do you work?
Well, I'll probably turn my alarm off, so whenever I wake up, it's Sunday, so
Yeah.
whenever I get there.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're in office?
Oh yeah, in office.
How far of a drive is it?
It's about 3 minutes. It's not that big of a
Ooh.
deal.
Whoa, Charmaine.
No
are you
traffic
sure
lights,
Yeah. She
Sucks.
probably better off take a taxi over, I feel. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, but
people are always teasing me. They're like, oh, I hope you make it home safe, Sonny. That walk across the crosswalk must be really difficult for you. That whole 2-minute walk that's walking. Yeah. I mean, it takes me like 20 seconds to get to my gate. It's just a matter of, oh my God, now I got to cross a little bridge. Oh, now I got to walk a little extra to the apartment and go up the elevator. Whew, exhausted by the time I get home. Yeah.
Lacey, this project that I'm doing right now, I do quality control for piping systems for a new oil and gas plant. Most of the time I do HSE stuff, health and safety and environmental stuff.
Actually, let me go pee and then I'll let you go. So I got to go pee first. Okay.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing for this project. I was able to work remotely or work from home over the summer, so I spent my summer in the Shuswap in BC. I had a little apartment right on the lake. It was wonderful. And yeah, I had to come back here in September for a project that keeps going on and getting added to. And now I'll be here till at least Christmas anyways. Yeah, I also have my own company where I do the corporate stuff, not investigating usually, sometimes, but interesting, not for me, but it pays well. So, and the Sonny and Char show, we tried that. We used to do Canadian true crime on Saturdays, and that kind of fell to the wayside, but I never wanted to be a YouTuber, and I like coming on and visiting with you guys and the Sunny and stuff, but I like just as much being in chat. And so if she has something she wants to work on with me, I'm more than willing to do it, but there's nothing in the works, I don't think. Sounds like an exhausting job. Just the hours, like this project, we've been going from 5 in the morning till the latest I got home, I think was 10 o'clock at night, like 16-hour shifts, and just really, really tight deadlines, and kind of having to count on other people to get their work done so that I can do my portion is probably the most frustrating part of it. But yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Charmaine. And yeah, as for that, Travis, honestly, honestly, after this case, I really don't know what I'm going to do with the channel, or to be honest with you, because I definitely, I'm definitely not happy with the way it's going, in the sense of if it's fulfilling me. Something has to fulfill me in order for it to, I have to be fulfilled 100% in something I'm doing. And I can never say that I'm quite fulfilled by being in the true crime space, but it's it's kind of like I don't like ever to force anything, just like Aspen doesn't either. Right? He doesn't like to force things. So if I just don't fully feel it, but I just don't know what direction that is, there is a channel that I have that I'll probably bring up, and it's called Dirty Laundry. So if anything, so as for like Charmaine and that, like I said, my channel will just, for whatever reasons, for right now, I don't know. But if Charmaine wants to pop on, or Ivy, or Stefa, or Melissa, and stuff like that, but there's no set co-host or anything like that. I don't want to bind myself to that again, in a sense like that, for at least this channel. And it's just because, like I said, if I have to be fully invested in it myself, and like I said, there's rewards, but there's yeah, there's always something that's nagging at me about this, and it's just not my true calling of where I want to be. So I need to figure out what it is. I really don't like the hurt and the pain and the suffering of others, but I find the rewarding part, about the missing. I don't know. I just truly don't know. So like when this whole thing has transpired with Aspen and saying that, right? And it's nothing against Aspen even. It's just more like kind of like how Deb has gone to her channel and is working whatever. In all fairness, um, whatever Aspen does with his channel or doesn't do with his channel, like, um, like good on them type of thing, right? I just, for me, I think it was like something I was wanting a change anyway. And so if something like this happened and that's the way the path is flowing and that's the way it goes, right? Then I'm fine, absolutely fine with that, because I can't be committed because I'm working full time and everything like that. And I just really have to see how I feel. Like after this case, I'll really have to just think about really what I want to do with the channel, if do anything, to be honest. Like, I just don't know, to be honest with you. I'm torn in my own head of what I want to do, and I'm just, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. But I have always appreciated, um like everyone coming on and talking about stuff. I just need to figure out what I want to do again before it's more like with Aspen, right? It's because like he with Aspen, he never really wanted to do lives on his own channel, right? He always likes to be around people and do stuff with people typically. It's more his comfort zone. So we'll see what transpires with his channel and what he starts doing or not doing with it. Because Aspen really, like, as much as he likes being on other people's channel, he doesn't necessarily like doing his own thing. So whereas me, I'm fine either way, you know. I love having people on that are I deem as friends, and I also can do things on my own and have no problem with that whatsoever as well. Because that way just gives me a one-on-one talking with the audience. And other times it's like I'd rather just sit back and let other people come on and talk about stuff, because especially when that paperwork shit come out, You know, like it's like the least of my favorite things ever to do is the paperwork stuff. I didn't mind it when like a PCA comes out and stuff like that. But as for the whole back and forth, that was just ridiculous paperwork and ridiculously boring to me. You know, going through all words I don't understand. Not words I don't understand, but if someone was to ask me a question about things on a document, I would have no effing idea. You know what? Christmas is coming up soon. So I do plan on doing a bunch of lives, you know, and like the I don't give a shit lives, what I do lives type of thing. You know, whether they're just hanging with you guys and talking about Christmas movies and different things and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, I just want to see Sunny. It has been clear that the cases with children weigh on you so hard. I remember the one you had to go off screen for 30 minutes. Sharfield, I think, hook up with Miller at Equisearch. Yeah, I don't know. Um, just don't know. I know you love being in the true crime space, just to be in it, don't you,
Um,
Charmaine?
I mean, it's
Or
just something that I've always done. Like since I was a little
yeah,
girl, I've been here and I've lived through some stuff, and it doesn't. I'm so very desensitized to details and so very interested in the court proceedings and the legality of it all. So I mean, I'll continue doing my podcast and I'll come on whenever you want me to. But I've turned down other channels to go up and guest on those. I have no desire to be well known as Sunny Justice or Criminality or anybody else. That's not for me. I'll come on and discuss a case with anybody anytime, but only in this community. This one right here. Otherwise I'll be on my podcast. Thank you.
yeah. And you know, Alexa's kind of the same way as well. You know, people have asked her to go on her lives, and she is rare. Like she's gone on the Drunk Turkey show, but she thought it was because they had asked us as well. But that particular time, it was just Alexa. But you know, Alexa has a loyalty, and it's not because I ask it. To be honest with you, it's just that some people are like, yeah, no, I'm good. Like, I know, like Alexa is just like it's. This is like a home base for her in a sense, right? Where you just feel comfortable. She can relax. She can be in her robe. She can just say what she wants, you know,
Yeah.
type of thing, and just be just like a regular person in a sense like that, you know.
Mhm.
And so, you know, and for me, I would like to think that when people come on here, that they can just say what they want. Doesn't mean we'll all agree because that's not what we're here to do. Is just agree. You know, that would be freaking ass boring if we all agreed on everything together, right?
Mhm.
It's just one of those things, right? If you know, like you have things to say with regards to a case, Ivy has things to say, stuff like that, you know, and Alexa. So anyway, it just has a general of a family feel. I love it for that purpose because um, online I have a really good core group of friends, and less one. Uh, but anyways, but other than that, there's like a really core group of people that, you know, I truly do care about as people. Um, from you know, getting to know you guys and stuff, right, Miss Dog Lover, like online, right, Sharon Parker, Ben. You know, I don't talk to Ben um, outside of the channel and stuff like that, but he's a core really good guy. There, you can tell. You know, Sharon Parker. Some people get worried. It's like, Sonny, you doing a live soon? It's been a while. Yeah, 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 yeah. Just living life. The whole thing, like, meaning I've pushed myself, Charmaine, with this whole Delphi case, you know, like doing 2 weeks of 12 to 8s and then doing a live right after. You know, it's kind of like using up all of my energy. You know, sometimes we just have to bear down, grind it because it was a promise to myself. You guys understand that's why I'm so disappointed, right? With Aspen, because this was the moment that we were waiting for, you know, and so, you know, just to feel like you were abandoned, like Richard Allen was abandoned, I guess, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, So for people that don't understand that or want to judge, seriously, go fuck off with yourself on that shit, because there was no issue. We didn't, not that I knew of, there was no issue. We were fine. We were talking, and it just is like, it was like been the biggest slap in the face, to me. And I'm like, hold on, like, dude, we've been like streaming forever together and stuff like that. But when push come to shove on the one case that we were just waiting for, to have your own co-host freaking go AWOL on you, it's just hurtful, because I'm looking at it from a friend point of view, and Jinx, you can fuck off with your shit too as well, actually, since you don't know nothing.
Everybody has an opinion, but nobody has the right to tell anybody how to feel and how
Yes.
something's going to affect them, and that it's not okay to feel that way. Whether you agree with it or not, that's her reality. So step off.
Yeah. And in all fairness, honestly, like, I usually don't give somebody a second chance if they've crossed a line. Like, for Aspen, like, I honestly, I'm looking at this from a friendship point of view, like, beyond coming on the channel, and I feel so betrayed that I really, at this moment, I don't want to hear from him. I don't want any excuse. There is no excuse, um, for him just AWOLing, his friends, and not even being grateful for donations and stuff like that. Um, there's just no excuse for that to me. So I look at it around, and it's like, if you've crossed a line of unforgiveness, and I just feel like, if this is the way you treat your friend and your friends, and then the thing is that your friends will be a lot usually around you longer than a freaking case will be. But hey, it's just one of those things. I don't foresee wanting to speak with Aspen again, because the hurt of what I felt on the most important case after 3 years, is not really a forgivable thing to me. Just to AWOL. Not when you spent 3 years with somebody covering a case, and then you became nothing at that moment that it was supposed to count. No. So I'm very harsh. Like, that's how I am. I'm not a flip flopper, but I can't say it's not possible. Like, let me put it this way. I just will move on, I might be very hurt and whatever, but I move on from things very quickly, because what's the sense in holding a grudge or being upset still? It is what it is. Yes, I'm hurt, whatever. I'll get over it. But is it a sting because you thought, like that would, like I said, put yourself in my shoes. If Charmaine went to Delphi and she was on the lives all the time, and she literally did no coverage with me, and yet we've been covering the case. Put yourself in my shoes. Would you not be hurt beyond like really badly? Yeah,
Which
you'd feel like
reminds me, I'm
what?
considering going to Boise for the Koberger trial.
Ooh, there
Would
we
you go
go.
with me? You could go with me. It's not far from you.
It's honestly not. I would consider that.
Yeah.
I would. When is wait? But when is that though?
I believe it's May.
Yeah. I could consider that for a few days or something. You know.
You can do a couple of day trips, like sporadically.
Yeah, because that's when it's like, what, 3 hours away or something like that? 5 hours?
From you?
I think it's 5.
Boise? I don't think it's that. Well, I don't know. Maybe.
Boise, Idaho. It's in Idaho.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. That's
northern.
Like 5. Yeah. Hey Siri, how far is Boise, Idaho away from me?
Boise, Idaho is about 993 kilometers away by car.
Oh, shit.
What?
Is it like, I said 993 kilometers. That's like 9 hours. 10
From
hours.
you?
There's no way. Hey Siri, how far is Vancouver from Idaho?
Vancouver, British Columbia is about 1,027 kilometers from Idaho by car.
Oh, fuck me, Charmaine, really? That was only 5 hours away. It's like right below.
Like I was in
Like,
Moscow, but that was like
wait,
from Wausau,
okay,
BC. It was like
yeah,
2.5
that's it.
hours into Idaho.
Oh, let's see. Hold on a second. Hey Siri, how far is Moscow, Idaho away from Vancouver, Canada?
Moscow, Idaho.
There we go.
Is about 689 kilometers from Vancouver, British Columbia by car.
To
It
Moscow?
was thinking Vancouver that they
Yeah.
have over there in the United States.
Okay, yeah,
So
because
about 6 hours. A little about 6
no,
hours.
that was to Moscow though. To Boise,
Yeah.
the trial was moved to Boise. Boise is like 3 hours north, so it's probably
okay.
like 3 hours from you.
Hey Siri, how far is Boise, Idaho from Vancouver, British Columbia?
Boise, Idaho is about 1,015 kilometers from Vancouver, British Columbia by car.
No, they didn't say Vancouver, BC. Hey Siri, last time I'm going to ask you, bitch. How far is Vancouver, Canada away from Boise, Idaho?
Vancouver, British Columbia is about
It is.
1,027 kilometers from Boise, Idaho by car.
That's a long way.
Where is my map?
Okay.
I thought
Hey, Siri.
Boise was in northern Idaho.
I guess not. I guess it's going the opposite way. Hold on. Okay, hold on a second. Give me a sec. I'm just going to freaking pull up Google Maps. Fuck you, Siri. If you're right, though, then I forgive you. Google Maps. 1 second. Sometimes she's such a freaking bitch, that thing. Okay. So, Boise, Idaho. Okay.
It's only $61 to fly there.
Yeah, it can't be shit, right? Oh, $61 to fly? Okay,
Yeah.
directions. Right. I had a balloon land in Boise, Idaho.
Oh, 5 hours south of Moscow.
Yeah, south.
Whatever, we could fly for $61.
Oh, yeah. It went the wrong way, Charmaine. It's definitely a 10-hour drive. 12
Right.
hours. Kind of like 11 hour. We'll say 11 hours.
Correct.
Yeah. Holy shit. I thought it was like 5 or 6 hours.
Like I've been to Boise. I don't remember it taking that long. I was a
Yeah.
kid, but still.
Dang. That's like a day driving right there.
That's almost as far as I have to drive to get to Salmon Arm from here.
Right. Damn. See, like 5 hours was reasonable. That's like me going to freaking Whitecourt from here. And even Whitecourt would be closer
Yeah.
on there. Anyways, that's what, so that case starts when?
I believe the trial is supposed to start in May.
5 hours south of Moscow. That's why. There you go. Got a smart person over there.
Ivy, telling you.
South. See,
everybody's assistant.
See, I was right then. It would have been about 6 hours, 5-6 hours, up until it's south, 5.5. That's it. So it doubled. Well, I don't like that.
Into car. That's right.
I googled the map. Look at there's Ivy's awesome typing. I googled the map. I said I
Makes
was
her
done
an
with two
expert,
guys,
technically.
and now I'm talking about going to that case. Can we really leave it though? Sometimes, like before true crime, I never watched. So I always did like to watch shows like 48 Hours, and I think it's always because I like puzzles, right? Like I like the puzzles, like kind of like Delphi. It's like it was a puzzle, and you're trying to put the pieces of the puzzle of the case to the answers, right? Like, why did the girls, did they go to the bridge because they were lured? Did they go to this? And it's just trying to look and find the answers, the truth within it type of thing, and doing your own little, Sherlock detective work. And I think I always liked shows like 48 Hours. So it's kind of like I watched a combo. I'd watch medium shows and I'd watch like 48 Hours. I never watched CSI, but I kind of was 48 Hours mostly is what I can think of. Um, but it's kind of like I sometimes question myself, like, well, why do I even like watching that stuff? Because that's to do with death and hurting people. But it's more um, the thing that allows me to watch that stuff, or even allows me to be in this space, is separating the two different things, like separating the fact that if I think about the hurt, like, okay, so watching Libby's and Abby's video that Melissa made brings up emotions because you're looking at the two beautiful girls, that were killed. So that's reminding me of, obviously Abby and Libby, and thinking that, and then I start picturing, of course, what has happened to them. Obviously they were murdered, their throats were cut, blah, 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 you know, but if I have to put my brain in a separate spot, one that says, sadness here, and the other one that says kind of talking about it, and trying not to think about those images or those thoughts in my head, because those thoughts, like what happened is I get teary eyed because at the end of the day, as a mother, I see two beautiful girls, and like in many other cases, whether it's Abby and Libby's case or other cases, when it comes to children, and that people would harm a child, knowing how much my own child has meant to me, even though he's still a little shit. But do you know what I mean? Just knowing that you love that thing so much and you would do anything. And so to know that these children are so innocent and that they're abused or murdered and harmed, it's beyond comprehension that somebody has to feel that type of grief in their life, because it's so incomprehensible that, first of all, a parent or a loved one takes a child's life, let alone a stranger. And it's the innocence of the children and seeing their faces, knowing that they were just having a nice day out on the bridge. And this was the last thing that they ever expected to happen to them. And so in your head, you picture them walking down the trail, having fun, taking some pictures, and then the day ended like it did, right? Or like Gannon Stotch case, or however you say that. You look at these, or even like Elijah Vu, right? You see this little innocent baby, and he's so cute, and how could anyone harm them? The hurt from the love of a mother is so great on my heart, because children are gifts, and I hate I I hate knowing that somebody tortured a child, took a child's life. It's just so horrible to even think about, so that's the part that I have a hard time dealing with when it comes to true crime. I don't want to think about that part, but yet you're forced to have to know those details, or, there's just too many cases to go on. Or you watch something like Casey Anthony or OJ Simpson, or John Bonet's story, and you're just frustrated because there's no answers or someone gets off, stuff like that. What triggered RA? Yeah, let's be your final question for you, Charmaine. What triggered RA? What do you think triggered RA that day? He went to his mom's and dad's, had some beer, bought some beer, whatever, on the way home.
I mean, it is so hard for me to speculate on what could trigger a man with no criminal record to go out and do something that brutal. But if I was to speculate, I mean, it's possible if he had a drinking problem and the stress of his brother-in-law's passing away. I mean, I don't know. I cannot make sense of it in my head, how that happens after all the true crime I've absorbed over the years, the decades. I have never in my life heard of something like this. So
Mhm.
I don't know, Sonny.
Yeah, I just feel like at the end of the day, he had this desire to do something at some point. He'd been thinking about it. And Who knows if he was on some sort of drug as well, took some drugs. We all know that you never know what's behind somebody's closet. He might have been taking pills with um, beer, and and in his mind, it was like, I don't know. I just feel like it just reminds me of when it wasn't like it was planned that he was going to do it something that day, until maybe he was drinking or doing like his, when somebody just all of a sudden acts on these feelings that he's had for a while, and that perhaps some sort of medication and drinking together, I don't know.
But you
um
know how rare that is for somebody who's in his late 40s.
I know,
I
yeah,
mean,
absolutely.
it,
Well,
it doesn't make sense to
one sec.
textbook
It doesn't make sense to
um,
textbook correct.
situations. There's almost always some kind of history, and to think that this guy, and
Charmaine, you cut out. Charmaine, does she know she cut out? She probably did. She's probably gonna start swirling in a second. Charmaine. And it's going back to that, correct, right? Like, for anyone that understands that Ari is the BG, right? Hmm. Hot chow, good for Granny. I love mine. I love my. This is Berry Blast, I think it is. Water. Anyways, um, is that it's like like it's not textbook, but then again, um, there's people that it's like someone to me being in the closet with their sexuality, and then coming out because they were scared, to say it, and they come out years later.
it's
Kind of
like
an
the
odd
secret
record.
to keep for so long. Like the
Yeah.
brutality of it, it doesn't add up. It doesn't jive. So I'm not saying
See,
it's not possible, but it would be
right.
an anomaly.
I just feel like I just feel like for Richard Allen, that like he got his porn shit and whatever else crazy shit he was doing behind those closed doors. I'm sure his phone would have had a great deal of history on it. I just feel like somebody that thought about it but just never acted upon anything, but something then triggered him, and maybe it was just supposed to be an essay, and it turned into the two girls' lives, you know, like living out his fantasy, and it just turned out that he had to, and maybe that was something that he carried, was just his box cutter as normal, and it turned out to be more than it was. It's kind of hard to think about, because you feel like he kind of went to the bridge prepared, like I think he went prepared, yeah, to do something that day. And if opportunity arose, then it did. And if it didn't, I think he would have went back home if he didn't have this clear shot at seeing two girls walking over a bridge, and you know zoomed in and started following them over the bridge, waiting for his target, whether it was Abby and Libby or somebody else. That maybe it could have been somebody else. Maybe Betsy Blair, who's an older person, wasn't his cup of tea. Like I said, maybe it was more of the youthful. I don't really believe his statement that he thought they were older so much. I don't know. What do you think about that statement with him? That he thought that they were older? And I
Not
mean,
really.
he could have, if he didn't really see
He
their
could have.
faces, he could have. But I
Yeah, no,
just,
it's all
but
possible, but it's just so.
it's just
There's
right
reasonable doubt.
there. It goes against the grain of typically what happens in a sense, but yet it's not shocking to me if somebody is maybe perhaps having these fetishes or dreams, and like their mind gets twisty, right? Because our thoughts can be our worst enemy for sure. um and then he just wanted to try to live out this fantasy. I don't know, like I said, some
I
sick
know,
twisted fantasy.
I know from my own, not even research, my own education, that mental illness usually, if it's young onset, then it'll come on before age 19 or so.
It's the
But
same as dog liver. Yeah, go
that's a
ahead.
long time. And Mark, he was supposedly an alcoholic, so if alcohol lowered his inhibitions, you'd think it would have happened a lot sooner. If it happened because of any kind of mental illness, it might have happened a lot sooner. If you add all that together, 46 years old is still a very, very rare age to have your first violent crime, especially to this level of violence. It's not. I wouldn't. I don't know if it's completely unheard of, but it's rare. It's so rare, and this is going to. If he is convicted, it's going to be one for the books. And if he's acquitted or hung jury, and I mean either way, I think this is going to be one for like textbooks of how to fuck up an investigation for dummies.
Mm-hmm.
Like I believe that there's going to be, training and precedent and everything else set based on this case, this investigation, this trial.
It would not have shocked me at all, honestly, if Kagan Klein was attached to this perv himself, and that's where that all came from. I'm amazed that didn't come to kind of fruition, that somehow through texting Libby or something, that he would have known that. Like, I'm still amazed that that all fell flat. What was the chances that, he says, oh, I was going to meet up with that girl. He didn't say it was on that date. He said, oh yeah, that was the girl I was supposed to meet up with. And he texts her that day. And then, a PT Cruiser we hear about for a vehicle thing, and the purple one. And I'm just floored still that Kagan Klein never came into all this, knowing that they lived in, meaning Richard Allen, in Peru and stuff like that too. It wouldn't have shocked me if one was the person that did the luring. I'm just shocked that the whole Kagan Klein thing, out of all of this, probably didn't attach to somehow, someone being the lure and someone being the predator type of thing. And that, I don't know. I'm still amazed on all that stuff. It's crazy because it is hard to think that somebody just decide. Well, it's not hard for me to think it. This world is so fucked up with fucked up people in it. Nothing really shocks me. It's just that it doesn't go with the typical thing that we typically find out. But maybe there's a whole bunch more dark secrets of Richard Allen's that we're just unaware of, that would have maybe made more sense, to understanding him.
Can we agree that because they did not find his 2017 phone, that it's possible that there is a connection there to Anthony Schatz or Kagan Klein or
absolutely
some other ring, but because they didn't look,
absolutely.
And I don't know that I can blame the defense for that. I really don't. They weren't the ones that had to investigate. They didn't have the burden. So.
Yeah, and Kagan Klein deleted. They got back some of the shit, but.
And I mean, I'm sure there were numbers and IP addresses and stuff that were so old they couldn't chase down, and maybe possibly if they had the other end of that, they would have been able to connect it. Who knows?
I mean, let's just be honest, though, right? On this one, let's just be honest. We know the fuck-ups with the Delphi trial in itself. You cannot believe in anything that they absolutely checked or didn't check anymore when it comes to Kagan Klein or the work that was done and stuff like that. Honestly, knowing what we know now, honestly, I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them for what things that you would think would have been done. I bet you anything at all that a ton of stuff got missed, even with Kagan Klein. Honestly, I'm so appalled by this case of how it was handled. And I don't need to be a cop to say that or whatever. I'm just talking about, we know for a fact about the sticks. We know the dog was called off. We know that they lost videos. We know that they didn't take the hair DNA now. We just, besides all the stuff that we did know, and then to come to find out there's even more, losing a file, of Richard Allen, from Dan Doolin there and stuff like that. Like, honestly, at what point does it stop? Just the incompetence of how this case was handled, beyond ridiculous. The site was probably contaminated because there were people that were walking in it, prior to the police getting there and stuff like, it just goes on. I mean, on and on. Like, they literally found whatever, a hair from ISP or whatever as well, in one of their I don't know. I I wouldn't believe fuck all for if they handled Kagan's clients. It wouldn't shock me that, Charmaine, that it still could connect, but there was nothing to show it. It just
Because they didn't look.
because why would Kagan Klein change his profile on his Facebook to be like, literally change it on the date of the murders? Why would somebody do something like that? You got nothing to hide. Why would you change something? Like, I know that he's a manipulator, but meaning it's like he changed that though, like, I don't know what I'm trying to say there, but it's almost like he changed it for the purpose of not being connected to Delphi, when it won't shock me if truly there was a connection somewhere there, to it. But we'll never know that answer because, like I said, just the incompetence of the Delphi case. I could never believe anything that these people said at all.
Yeah.
They've shown that they don't, that they're just covering their asses pretty much, and yeah, I don't even, I can't even, honestly. It gets to me when I think about how many things that you just can't believe that happened in this case, thinking that they were just, yeah, of course the cops are on that. Of course they would have checked this. And then to really sit there and go, yes, they fucking didn't.
I would, before I go, I would like to just speak to Illuminating Inc. There. Melissa has said that
No.
possibly looking at his mannerisms and behavior compared to prison videos. And then there was another answer. They think they were trying to compare his voice on the Bridge Guy video to that interrogation. Both are possibilities, but other possibilities that I think are quite possible are they need to go back and verify what Rick had initially said about what he was wearing, what route he took, where he parked, what time. They wanted to go back because there were some discrepancies in Holman and Mullen's testimony that they were actually impeached, I believe, on the stand. So they might have wanted to go back and verify what he actually said, along with listening to the voice, along with, seeing what his baseline was like in the interrogation compared to those videos, the incel and transport videos that the jury had to watch in silence. There's all sorts of reasons, but to cap all that off, we don't know for sure that that is true, that is what they viewed today. That is what we've heard. It didn't come from the court. It came from somebody that was in the court that told one of the family members who told mainstream media, blah, 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 blah. It ended up on Facebook, and then it ended up on YouTube shortly thereafter. So it didn't come in any kind of official, like, I don't know what the WTR, whatever, news, the local news there. It didn't come from any of those announcements. So, but that's my speculation why they would want to and why they should review that video. So,
Good answer, thank you. I was vaping my face off while you were talking.
okay.
Yeah, on there. 10 bells.
Hearsay within hearsay, yeah. And I mean, it quite possibly could be true, but like I said, it didn't. If I'm reading it on Facebook and most of you are seeing it from whatever that channel is called, True Crime or
Yeah,
hinge award,
whatever.
whatever it is. I mean, do we put our faith in
Oh.
Facebook and YouTube nowadays? I mean, more so than mainstream media, but the way Go has got it set up, mainstream media is the one that's getting that information to put out to the public, and it did not come from mainstream media, from what I could tell.
That it came from mainstream media, you said, right?
Like from what I read it on Facebook.
Yeah.
And that person said that it came from mainstream media, but it did not
Right.
come from a mainstream media individual, is my point.
Right.
The more I think about it, the less I believe that it was mainstream media, because it would have come out in mainstream media and not Facebook. And I mean, I just sorted that out literally during this live, just thinking it through in my head. It doesn't make sense. Like, why haven't they even reported it yet?
Right. Well, they report on certain things, it seems like, but not others.
But anything coming out of that courtroom because of the secrecy and the lack of public access, and they think that they're the chosen ones, right? They're responsible to bring this information to the public. I don't think that they would miss an opportunity to
not
get
this
there.
I think that this would be like, in today's events, the jury has asked for the interview and the thing, like that's nothing, no biggie there. Like meaning,
no, and I mean, I didn't. Did you watch the recap today, Sunny?
Of what?
You know how they do that recap of the day on one of the local news stations? I haven't seen it either. And maybe they did. Maybe they did say that. Maybe that is where it came from. But I'm just saying where I saw it, and then I posted it or I didn't post it, but I said it in the group chat that we had, and then the videos came out. So, I literally got it off of Facebook, the most unreliable source on the planet.
But someone messaged me this morning, I won't say who, but just a friend, messaged me and said, how did Aspen Connor know about something from something that we said that was said in our Facebook group, and then a video comes out, meaning it was said well before the video came out, and then it was kind of like, okay, so let me think. Yeah, well, let me put it this way. I was starting to think, okay, well, obviously he, talks to the family members or whatever, maybe through that, and, a certain other person. And then that's when Charmaine was telling me about mainstream media and the Facebook group where she had saw it, But the thing, and so in all honesty, though, so I think it was because Hidden True Crime, like, how Aspen has always been with sources, right? He always has these people that are sources, in a sense. And, people that give him information, but they don't necessarily want, they don't want to be known, who it is. So it's kind of like when Hidden True Crime said, and I believe his source or whatever, right? Then I'm like, okay, so this is either direct from the family, or another person that knows family, because she's saying it like his sources, but yet it literally could have been, who knows? Honestly, who knows? To be honest, Aspen has a lot of people he talks to, whether he likes them or not. If he can get information from them and they're willing to say it, he will listen. I'm not. Maybe I'm not smart that way, but I just can't myself. But he has a lot of people because of his personality. You know how some people just can draw people in, right? They just have that knack, whether it's they feel sorry for them, whether it's they just think that they're like just a really kind soul and stuff like that. It's like me. I can get people to talk to me all day long, to be honest with you. And I don't think about it, but it's just because people are drawn, because they can get that caring feeling when they're talking to me, and I give them that caring response back. Some people just have that. So Aspen has like many sources of different information. I actually let him always do that side of things because it was never my forte. I just kind of went about doing searches on people, with my Intellius and looking at crime scene photos and stuff like that. Whereas he was more about the information. So I'm not really sure where it came from. If it came from Medium, all I know is that um, it's like it was almost like this secret thing, but yet it wasn't really secret information really at all. It was just stuff that we were told was going to happen, that the jury um, and that the prosecution and defense had to be on standby in case they needed to watch videos and stuff like that. Um, so I don't really think it was like this secret sauce information, but I think it just a lot of people didn't know about it, and it was like, ooh, the goods, right?
Yeah. And I also don't see that environment being the type of place where somebody would be like, hey, psst, psst, here, I got a secret for you. Don't tell anybody that I told you this, but like,
Yeah,
it doesn't even make sense. So
on there. But I mean, at the end of the day, he just put out a video saying about whatever. I think it was more of the hidden true crime, making it seem like it was like, ooh, I just found
yeah,
out some juicy details, and you
yeah,
know, but again, maybe somebody didn't like she didn't know it at that point. So to her it was like, ooh, and
yeah.
he said his sources, like that he trusts his sources and stuff like that. Usually, to be honest, usually Aspen will not say something most times if it's not a credible source of information. Doesn't mean it's always right, but usually he doesn't talk about things if it's not a credible source, um, type of thing. So, but in this case, I really don't think it was one of these big secret things coming out today. It was just a matter of it needed to trickle down to the rest of the people. And he was probably one of the people that did the video, Hidden True Crime, was talking to him, had seen his video. She's at the courthouse, Adam's at the courthouse type of thing. And, it's kind of like, hey, dude, this shit true? Ooh, okay. Um, and then that's created people to swarm over to his channel because now they think he's got some secret sources that are giving him information and that they'll get a heads up right away. And maybe so, right? In a sense, there's always leaks or this and that going on, but I don't think that this information was like, ooh, that's something we shouldn't know. It was
No, I don't think
expected.
there's anything left at this point that would be really leaked or
No,
crazy
everyone.
information or breaking news other than the verdict. So
Yeah. You know what? Right. Um, it's one of those things for me. I could care less what the jury's asking for, like, meaning that it's in the hands of the jury now. I want them to look at videos. I want them to look at every aspect of this case. I want them to make that right decision, and whatever they feel that right decision is on the jury. I think that that they got some really intelligent people, of course, on the jury, and at the end of the day, it just is what it is. It just is what it is, you know. And all we can just would do is wait and see what comes from the jury. That's going to be the bite nailing moment, honestly. Like that's when you really want to be in that courtroom, is when it's like, hey, has the jury reached a verdict? Eh. Everyone's going to be like fucking flocking right there, listening from everything, you know. Anyway, anyways, Missy, you go to bed.
okay.
I don't want to push you off or nothing, but I
No,
don't want
I'm
to keep
good.
you.
I'm
Yeah.
good to go to bed. Good night, everybody. Thank you, Sunny. I'll
Yeah,
talk to you.
no, thank you. Thank you. All right.
Okay,
Love you, my
good
friend.
night. Bye.
Love you, Meaty. Love you. I need Charmaine's love. Yeah, now I don't feel whole. Ivy, you're gonna have to replace it. Need Ivy's love. That was one thing actually that really stood out to me. Um, well, you know what? You guys in chat, tell me the one thing that really stood out to you. You know that for me, the one thing that stood out to me the most was how Richard Allen kept saying, "But will you still love me? If I tell you I did it, will you still love me?" Like that's where I really knew that he was he was so focused, or his thoughts were truly about that he would feel abandoned for admitting to what he did to his family. And he was scared for sure. Like, no matter what about committing the crime, right? But I'm like, meaning being in his thoughts, I'm sure he was just scared that basically no one was going to love him. He was going to be all by himself once he admitted to doing it. Hence why he did the flip flop of, to me of, well, I think I did it. If I say I did it again, you're still going to love me. I think that's, oh, I just got dizzy for a second. Oh, okay. Probably tired. Anyways, I think that's probably what stood out to me the most about that. Would leave him, true or not. I'll tell you one thing. The one thing that means the most typically to men is their mother, typically, right? Honestly, fuck the wife in a sense. It's the mother. Like, yes, Kathy Allen, but it's the love of your own mother that counts the most, even overrides the wife. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, the whole world just span there for a second. One of his life. Yes, Sunny, the 100% perfect, the way it played out, and the reaction of the two most important women in his life. Are you feeling lonely tonight? How about the man-to-hand relationship? Then you won't feel so lonely, perhaps. You can be little Ricky Dicky for tonight. That's fine. That's fair. I probably don't have an hour. I have to work at 6 a.m., but I'm working from home, so I need to roll out of bed at like 5:30 just so I can do this. Rick Travis. My husband asked me that. I'd say, no, fuck off. I'm not supporting another child killer. Not that type of lonely. Just going back up to some comments. I think Melissa had best inside info. Yeah, she did a really great job. That was, honestly, so much appreciation for her coming on and giving us the events that she spent time with, within it. And a really great video, by the way, again. It's giving me Scott P vibes when people stand outside the courthouse cheering and waiting and stuff, waiting for the verdict. Well, I'm sure Delphi is can hardly wait till people clear out and that this case, has some sort of decision. Obviously, if it's mistrial, be a long time, or that will take its time too, but just to get back to a little bit of normalcy again. So many people have been waiting for this day within Delphi, right? Just wanting answers, Small little community affected so greatly. Hey, where'd that come from? Shemaine, I think you're missing a few zeros. Come on, redo it, Shemaine. I think you're missing 6 zeros to that super chat there. Yeah. Remember I asked you for $1 million earlier today? I said we'd send all the Looney Tune trolls off on there. We'd buy an island. I'd buy an island, whatever, with it. And we'd send all the Looney Tunes from Delphi to it. Yeah. Anyways, you know what, Charmaine? Hold on. You know what's crazy, Charmaine? Is that when I click, even though Rickroll is for the membership, when I click that, it still plays the super chat song. I don't know what's going on with that. And actually, why is it not playing that right now? It was earlier, right? Hold on. Let's do. Bills to pay. Want to thank you. That's her peace out. Huh. This is a test super chat. I don't know why the sound didn't go off for that one. It, honestly, my computer does whatever things it wants to. Anyway, thank you, Charmaine. And have a good sleep. Sorry, where am I at here? Yeah, work. I don't mind it. Just 6 a.m. comes awfully soon, considering I'm a night owl. It might be silly for me, but it's the way he backed his car in at the CVS. Also, people are creatures of habit. You know what, Mary? All I can say is this. I would love to know his work schedule. Did he go into work? How was he acting after that? These are things that we'll never know, ever, because either they didn't think to ask them, and the incompetence in this case is beyond belief and repair. So, good question. It's a good thought, right? It's just that that's a hard one, somewhat, because nobody saw. There's only one person that even came close to saying, like, that was more closer to our RA's video. Yanni's coming. Yawn's coming. No way they are. They want to drag out for days, money in town. It's a boom, a town that's hurting for money. Maybe, Travis, that's a way of looking at it, I suppose. I miss working with my patients. Oh, Melissa's great. I thought she was a little grouchy at first. I get it. First impressions. You hear that, Melissa? Love the honesty there. Ditto. Another day. Nurse. Okay, I gotta hold on. I gotta yawn. Okay. I've definitely. It's been a long day already. You get long yesterday. Nope, I'm just a biatch. you know, Melissa has that ruggedy, what I call like the that uncut gem type of thing personality. So I could see. I could see the first impression on that, right? But she's yeah, she's a really nice person for sure. I used to work with a girl, a lady, honestly. She had a resting bitch face like you wouldn't believe. And one day I said to her, I always feel like you don't like me or something. You always have this look on your face that you're whatever. And honestly, when she opened up to me and then all of a sudden talking about her whole life, and it was like, holy shit, really? But, anyways, just by looking at her, she had this resting bitch face that was just always like this. Always, and me, I'm the person that jokes around at work or something like that, trying to loosen people up. So, but once we had that talk and I realized how she found Jesus and God and was into drugs and stuff, I was like, oh shit, little did I know that all this shit was behind this person, right? Who is American Justice is Melissa Mark. That's gaming and sleuthing on there. All right. Yeah, exactly. I want like there's all these little tidbits. I agree, like with Charmaine and that one, and how I felt too watching the closing argument. Like even like the stuff that we heard from other people in court. Okay, here comes the yawn. Okay, is that there was all these loose ends that were never truly tied up, to questions, things that came out, but there was never like this little bow at the end of it, and you're just kind of left like, okay, so what became of that? It was brought up, but never really got an answer and stuff like that. Yeah, it was. Some people deemed it as the prosecution like nicely put it in a bow, and that the defense was like kind of scrambling for their, you know, just more disorganized in a sense. Like it's almost like prosecution laid out the case, and like in order, and the defense was kind of like all over the map. I mean, in all fairness, though, I mean, the defense had a lot going against them for what Judge Bullshit let in and didn't let in. She did really come across like she cherry picked. Especially, it just seemed like she did. It just seemed like whatever the prosecution, sorry, wanted, the prosecution got, as that was the feeling of it. Um, I mean, and then so they really just had to. They couldn't bring in the Odin thing, So they had to switch gears to just, well, you know what? We just need to create reasonable doubt. Let's just kind of stick with that about why Richard Allen isn't the person. High Shadow investigates. I think the jury is going to be delivering for a good while, as they are going to go through each. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. When I start yawning once, look out. And you know what? This very well could be as well, right? And it's a very possibility that we literally could go another week or so, as they really, because they want to get this right. They want to bring in whatever they need so that they feel whole as a person for making the right decision and be good with it, right? In a case like this. Like, I would have to live with myself if I just kind of went, oh my God, sorry. Oh my goodness, sorry. I would feel bad with myself if I just kind of went with the flow of things and I didn't do my actual own due diligence on the case and make sure that I felt 100% confident that what I'm saying, what my answer would be, for Richard Allen isn't 100%. So I don't know that. I think that there definitely is people that think Richard Allen is guilty on that jury, and I think that there's some that didn't think he was guilty. And as they work through it together, hopefully we don't come out with a hung jury or mistrial, whatever you want to call it, and that a guilty verdict does come. But I'll be accepting of whatever comes the way, regardless. It is what it is, and that's, like I said, I'm not going to be, I might be pissed off, but I'm not pissed off at them. I'd be pissed off about the case and how it was handled, which cost the proper verdict that should have happened. But there's no take backs. There's no going back in time, so every one of those jurors have to be whole with themselves, that they totally feel convinced one way or this way. And who knows really, so if it goes well into like the middle of the week or towards the end of the week, yeah, it won't shock me. What's that? I think I'm gonna call it a night, you guys. I'm just too busy yawning here. I gotta get up in like what, 10:30, 11:30, 12. I won't go to bed right away. I never do. But I'll probably go to sleep around 12. It's an hour and a half to chill out, watch some videos, stuff like that. Yeah. And then, well, tomorrow, obviously, there's no jury. So tomorrow, you guys all have okay, here it comes again. Poetic justice is if it is G and comes on. Oh, hey, what does the poll say that I took? 1 second. It says, hold on, guilty 50%, hung. So 22% hung, 20% I still believe in his innocence, and 7% I'm torn and I flip flop like a fish. Yes, Miss Dog Lover. Naughty, naughty. Like I said, we have a long weekend here. It's Remembrance Day. My grandma, she's passed away. She was born on Remembrance Day, the whole, poppy thing. I don't, like I said in the state back, like, I'm gonna butcher this, but I'm in the States. Do you guys like, did you guys ever know this song, where it's like, and I'm gonna butcher it, so forgive me, but it's like, where have all the flowers gone? Long time ago. Where have all the flowers gone? Gone to graveyards, everyone. When will... Did you guys ever sing that? Because that's what we always associated in school with Remembrance Day, was that song. Mm. Mm. Should I go to the casino tonight? Well, I'll tell you, I went to the casino with my husband tonight because we were kind of celebrating our vehicle being paid off. Finally, 6.5 years. No more giving Ford any money. It's now ours. We own it, right? And so because we have just so you know, so yeah, we have a Ford Explorer Sport 2017. At the time, I had a Ford Edge, and then we did a trade in. Little did I know, next thing I know, we owed like 73,000. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking and all that stuff when I did that, but the Ford was on sale, but it was like such a nice vehicle. And it has all the bells and whistles, like the heated seats. Like, it was just like, yeah, like, I just fell in love with it the minute we sat inside it. But anyways, next thing I know, that was so it took 6.5 years to pay off $73,000 of car payments. Yeah. Anyways, are you seriously thought a couple of places and bars penalty kick? Oh my god, my brain's so small right now. I don't even know what Travis is meaning. Oh, the casino. Oh yeah. So anyways, so we went to the casino. My husband had 100. He gave me 100, and he had 100. Well, every game I touched was like shit. And my husband was going down, then back up, going down, back up. Then he ended up giving me like, because I don't like to, ask him for money that he's playing. But anyways, he gave me whatever, $10 or something like that. I put in the ticket, and then this game started just paying me out. I kept getting all these little cash bags. Bloop, 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 bloop. I ended up, so my husband, I'm looking at him on the machine, and he's at about $174. I'm looking at me, and at that time I was at like 50 or 60 when he asked me. And then I got to like 114. So we basically had our money back. And at the end of it, my husband walks me over to this game because he knows I was kind of wanting to play it. And it's this game that I've played online before as well. It's called this lamp one. Anyways, let me just say this. Whoever fucking spins and that plays that game, we left all the boosters, like meaning the little lamps. All of them were like ready to explode, but I wasn't about to soak in another. So let me put it this way. At the end of it, we soaked in $100, $80 into that game, more because, it kept teasing you like those things were about to go poop. Anyways, so went in for 200, got our fish and chips. I paid for that. And 2 pieces, too much. It was great though. That was kind of the point. Go to play casino a little bit and have the fish and chips. Anyways, left with $100. So had fun, had a good time. Left with half of what we went in with, in a sense. Had a nice dinner, and that was the day. So to answer your question, should you go to the casino? No, just play online. It's easier. There's no lineups and whatever. And the games at the casino, it's out here actually, Mark. Actually, you know what? I'm so sorry, but the casino games are so freaking boring nowadays. They're either these Chinese things that are everywhere with these little fortune trees and these little cups going, ooh, click, or they're just like very boring. Everything's just so digital. Instead of it being like these fun games that had lights and bells and whistles, it's all just, here, give me your money. Give me your money. We're not going to pay you out. Give me your money. Before, it used to be like, oh my God, let's go play Monopoly. Oh my God, let's go play Homer Simpson. Oh my God, let's go over to that one because you sit in the chair and it rocks and rolls and stuff. All I can say is our stuff. I digress, okay? I'm a blackjack player. I'm a really good blackjack player, but for some reason, I haven't felt like playing blackjack when I've gone in. I just like to go to the slots. But honestly, after going to the casino today, I was kind of bored. Besides getting the fish and chips, the games were really boring. They weren't like they used to be. Now it was just, it's almost like, you know how Valentine's Day cards, they used to be, you pop them out and they're like really special. Now it's like, here, how many batches can we get in this little box? And they're all little freaking cutout square things that look like stamps, right? Yeah. Saw Cordy in Brittany's channel. He gave her 300. Never, Brittany. I'm not sure I know who that is. Yeah, I know Cordy's still around. He pops his way in and out and stuff like that. Cordy has given multiple channels. Like he's given this channel over time, like probably a good couple $1,000, really. When I ever first saw Cordy, he was in that little British guy's channel, whatever his name was, and I remember he was forking over money to that kid, like $500 at a time, and stuff like that. Sonny, what's a good site? Okay, let me tell you. No, well maybe can you guys play that one? Jackpot City. That one's out of Ontario. Dunder. Dunder's a pretty good one. Dunder. Yeah. I'm not really this like big person. That's kind of like if I kind of look around, you know, but I've played on Dunder, but the other one is BCLC, which you can't play because it's for people that live in British Columbia. It's called our Play Now and it's to do with the casinos, the Encore. And then, but Jackpot City, that one has really fun, cute games. So with that one though, like if you put in $10, you get $20 type of thing, but there's 70% you have to do. Like, you know, like whenever you get bonus money, it's always usually 30 or 40%. But with Jackpot City, it's 70%. Fucking criminals. But I'll tell you, they got some cute ass little games. Dunder had my favorite game, and it was called Valentine, Lucky Valentine. But honestly, they've taken away the games that I like to play. So, but that Jackpot City has some really cute games, and I'm just like 20 cents, 20 cents, 20 cents. Yeah. Sunny, thank you for the truth you let me see. Thank you for the facts from A to Z. My life was torn like a windblown sand, and there were when you held my hand. Sunny, one so true. Sunny, one so true. I love you. Do, 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 do. I do like that song, Travis. It's a really good song. It's very upbeat. He has to blow, yeah. Mark and Grace said, A? Allegedly. Oh, I don't watch her, to be honest with you. I've heard the name, and I might have went over to the channel. I haven't actually really paid attention. I've seen Cordy give gray hues. Really? Yeah, well, sometimes you can have bad taste. But whatever, you know. I still believe Cordy is a he, not a she. But yeah. But Cordy's always around. You know, I think he's just, you know, he obviously has wealth. And, you know, it's nice that he goes around to different channels and can impact channels, you know, and whatever. So it's one of those things, right? Mark is flirting with me. No, not Mark. Cordy drops in here. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm good. I think we're good. I think I'm going to go. I should put on my mortgage on it. Hey. I wish I had a mortgage, but I don't. I'd have to own a home, and I don't. Did with the ex-husband. Says Cordy and Brittany's channel. Oh. I'm pretty good at counting cards, yeah. My dad taught me how to play backgammon, blackjack. I used to play spades, any card game I'd pretty much play. But cribbage and backgammon, blackjack were kind of like the main ones I always played. And poker, stuff like that. I've done online poker tournaments and stuff. I've won a lot of money doing that stuff. I was actually invited to a tournament in Ontario, but I didn't go because I didn't like flying. Thanks, Travis. why why is going on right now? Eh? Is that English? Why is going on right now? Poker tournaments are fun. Yeah, Texas Hold'em. I'm kind of like one of those people that bets. It's like either get the fuck out of the pot or come in with me. If you have something, but don't bullshit me. Because it's kind of like if I have, like, let me put it this way. I don't bullshit when I play my cards. If I have it, I have it. Or if I have the potential of getting a flush and stuff like that, it's kind of like either you come in with me and get these little peckers out of the pot that don't belong there. I remember playing this one particular hand, and fuck you to those people that play online that are stupid with their money, as stupid as shit. Anyways, I was playing this one hand, and I had that hand right from the drop of the 3 cards. Okay, can't remember exactly what it was now. It was like a flush. I think it was a flush right off the bat. So it goes around, right? And you keep having to bet $2, $2, $2, $2, $2. This fucker that should have been out of it never should have stayed in it, right? Betting so stupidly, but that's the thing, is that when you're betting online, you don't have to show your face and what a stupid fuck you are, right? As you're making stupid bets. Anyways, he literally came in with like a 2 and let's say a king, right? I have a flush right off the get-go. I'm like, I got this. Fuck you, whatever, everybody else. He stays in. I'll tell you, he ends up getting a full house off of this fucking hand that he never should have been in the first place. And honestly, that's when I kind of stopped really playing online, because the thing about online betting is you have these dumbass fucks that literally will bet on anything and everything, and then they'll get fucking lucky, and instead of playing it for the whatever, they're just dumbasses. Because when you're sitting at a table in real life and you have to actually face people, they would not be betting like the stuff that they do when they're playing online. So I couldn't deal with all those fucktards that are literally staying in hands that literally had nothing of value that they should have stayed in a hand for, besides just being a reckless fool and then happy to get lucky and stuff like that. Yeah, the flop. Yeah. Yeah. Travis, one time I had stopped playing, right, the tournaments. And one time I'd played this tournament, and my brother, he's like, like, Sonny, I need you to play this tournament for me. Now, I hadn't played in a couple months. He's like, I need to go to the hockey game. He goes, so I'm in the final round, the final table, right? Final table of 10, it typically was. I can't remember the website. Anyways, he did this to me twice, but this particular time, right? I'm just like, I'm kind of nervous because I hate playing with other people's money. But if I'm playing with my own, fine. Anyways, so I'm only going in on hands that I know are probably going to win the pot or whatever. And I'm holding back from not betting on the ones that aren't. Fucking phone call comes in, talking type of thing, talking to my brother. He's like, how you doing? I'm like, yeah, good, just talking away. Next thing I know, it's kind of like, oh, hey, it's just between me and this one other doofus. So anyway, the doofus that I was playing with was trying to bluff me with his shit. So anyways, I took home $1,200 for my brother, US, which is at the time probably like 18. I think it was 1,700. Now I believe he gave me $100, if I'm not mistaken. was either $100 or $200 for playing the game tournament for him and stuff like that. I did that a couple times actually, but I really hate playing with other people's money like that. Like, hey, here's $50, win me something. There's no stress when I'm playing with my own money. But anyways, like I said, I'm an aggressive person when it comes to poker. It's either, like I said, come in or get the fuck out of the hand. Either you're gonna, because people just limp in there, and then all of a sudden they get the flop, and all of a sudden they're like, well, you know what? It's still a pretty good bet. Like, there's nothing major I'm going to lose here. Well, let me just go for the next card. And then they hit something all of a sudden, right? But if you go in high enough and then you back those little bitches out of there, then the little, the wannabes that are trying to win the hand versus the people that actually have something in their hand, in a sense. So I was just always aggressive, and it works well for me, to be honest with you. Are you talking about the gambling one, where he said he's been like gambling for like 29 years? That one? If that's the one you're talking about, Ben, then I only seen a part of it. I was actually just in shock that Tom Webster had been gambling for 29 years. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, that's hands down on me, because I fully admit this. So I've gambled here and there throughout my life, like here and there. There's times that, when I had received a bunch of money from my mom's death, like it was like 70K, 100K total, but 70K. I gave my son, took my son, and we went into one of the cities, and we were gambling and just throwing money left, right, and center, like just a few $1,000s on hotel and blah, blah, blah on there. Now, and when we were in Lloydminster, me and my husband would, every week or so we'd go to the casino, whenever. When the C word come around, you couldn't buy lottery tickets at the store like I normally get. And I wasn't a big lottery buyer, but I'd buy some, but you couldn't buy it. And then I started playing. I got my tickets online, and I was like, oh, hey, they got all this gambling stuff. So I'm not going to lie. There was a good couple years from COVID after that I was continuously gambling shit. I'd win a lot, lose a lot. At the end of the day, there was a point where I'm like, okay, you need to have self-control, because I can easily become an addictive personality. So as much as I've won a lot, I've lost a lot, I guess, along the way. Let me just do it this way. During the COVID time, I was in a probably very depressed state of time. I was doing anything that I could do to not care about what I was doing. I was just spending money, gambling, not giving a shit about everything, to be honest with you. When you do like a lot of self-damage to your own self because you're pissed off at the world and depressed and stuff like that. So, my husband, I'd say, has been, I'm not gonna, no, I'm not playing anymore. And then I go play, right? Because I'd be bored. It was honestly really out of boredom, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's just the thing, is that I am a disciplined person, but even I could not respect myself. Okay. But anyways, so for a good couple years there, I was just, honestly, it wasn't about a money chasing thing. Maybe a little bit. It was more of, like, I enjoyed smoking, and I gave up cigarettes, but I only gave it up because really it was too expensive. So I vape now. It's way cheaper. But it was kind of like I was just pissed off, but I was bored. And because games kind of lights, little things, playing them and stuff, it was just something fun to do while I was bored. I had too much time on my hands. So anyways, so self-admittedly, yeah, I struggled for a couple of years with that for sure. And, basically my husband stopped believing me that I wasn't going to play again, because every time he turned around, I'd play again. It was like $10, $20, $50, whatever, you know. And yeah, so not proud of that part. Not proud of that part of my life. But anyways, I'm kind of one of those people that do something and then I'll stop, and then I'll do something else. So let's say I'm playing backgammon. And I'll play it for months. Then maybe all of a sudden I get hooked on playing crib. Then I'll just play crib and I'll do it for months. But so in this case, it was like, oh, well, I got money. I'm just going to, spend some money. Then you get pissed off because you keep chasing something and you know that the favors in the casino. But going back to it, what you said there, no, Ben, I was shocked. I literally was shocked when Tom Webster said that he had been playing for 29 years and clean for 3. The thing is that I very much know that I always have to balance everything because I do have what I would call an addictive personality to doing one thing. And when I do that one thing, I will do that one thing. And then I go, oh, I'm a fucking moron. Okay, let me move to something else, right? I am very self-aware of myself. I'm very self-aware, and some people like, hey, as we were walking in the casino today, and I had only been to the casino like 4 times. I think this was my 3rd or 4th time in 5 years, ever since the C word. Anyways, but as I'm walking around the casino, I'm actually looking at everybody and I'm going, I wonder how many people here are in debt up to their fucking ass or, like that literally are addicts. And I'm sure there's a good chunk that are in there that are literally addicts, like that are literally spend their day and their money that they don't have there. But yeah, I couldn't help but look around and go, wonder if that and no offense to the Chinese, but usually if you see Chinese, those people have money to spend. Okay, they got a lot of money to spend. Usually they're whipping out their fucking $100 bills. But I'm looking at some of these people and I'm just like, you're probably using up all of your retirement money, aren't you? But I couldn't help but look around going, so how many people have an addiction problem that are here right now playing, or that are regulars all the time? Yeah, I never really think of myself as being an addictive personality, to be honest. But if I think about that, I like to do one thing at a time. And that's hence why I don't like to multitask anymore, because I just like focusing on one thing. If I'm going to play like a game, I don't typically want to play another game. Like, for instance, when I was playing RuneScape, I didn't want to play different varieties of games. I just like to stick to the game, play it, ride it till I've milked it to death and I get bored of it. And then I moved on. Yeah, I can't say I'm addicted to money. Yeah, I can't say I am. Yeah. I mean, no, that's the root of all evil. Money, letting money be at the forefront. I love men and money. I think I need. All right. But anyways, yeah, but very, 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 what's the word I want to use for that, Ben? You know, when somebody puts out their shit to the world like that, and if it helps another person. So I'm very proud of Tom for admitting that. But was I shocked? I didn't expect Tom. I didn't expect to know that Tom was a gambler, Yeah. And then I seen another friend of mine, crime scene to courtroom, put a post saying that he had a gambling addiction for like 20 years. Yeah, that's totally out of my realm of time wise. So, kudos for Tom for putting out that video, because that's really sharing your deepest, darkest shit to the public, I don't mind sharing most of my stuff, but I still have my lines too, yeah. Nobody really wants to fully. I feel like I've been as truthful as I can. I would say when I say truthful, I just mean everything I've said about myself or whatever. I've told you guys most of my stuff in my life. There's not much that I mean, there's not much I can think of that somebody wouldn't have known, or unless they just didn't watch that live, perhaps. But I'm a pretty open book, but everyone still has things that maybe they don't want to share from embarrassment or whatever. I mean, if I could tell you about the toys in my closet on a live, but that's going too far, stuff like that. So I probably won't share that too much with you, but just know I have a box of toys, okay? Tonka toys, obviously. I don't struggle with being, you know what? Maybe I'm too honest sometimes. I don't struggle. I got nothing to hide. To me, I'm just, like I said, an open book. The more of an open book you are, the more people open up to you, and feel like it's okay to talk about things. And at the end of the day, it is okay to talk about things because we all have our faults and everything like that shit, you know. I don't even know how to explain it. I just do me, right? I don't try to hide things from people on purpose. I don't try to manipulate to make it to be something I'm not. In a sense, I don't know. I just like the genuine factor of somebody. Show us your favorite Tonka toy. Just Google it. Just Google it. You know. So each to their own. Some people, like, you'd never see my twin sister putting her shit out to the world. Really, there's a lot of shit that she could, but it just depends. Oh yeah, especially Sunny. Sunny. Thank you for the love. I have an addictive personality. Do ya? Okay, so let's. I gotta go to bed soon, but let's do this. Sometimes Sunny is a popcorn. So let's do this. Who here is gonna fess up to having a drug issue, eating issue, gambling issue? Who here is gonna fess up in their life that they've had struggled with some sort of, issue that's not a healthy issue? Drugs, drinking, gambling. What else? Eating, throwing up, whatever. Anybody? Do you have deep, dark secrets? I don't. I honestly I don't. I'm pretty open about my life. Maybe I should. People always say, it's so weird actually on that, Lacey, because a lot of people think that I'm mysterious. Usually guys, they always think that there's some sort of mystery about me. I think that they got it wrong. It's more like a uniqueness. Most people that know me, I am kind of one of a kind. I'm not just your average female that way. I'm kind of high energy in a lot of ways. I think it's the mystery of not really knowing someone that's bubbly and that's just different from a lot of people. Yeah, you know. I think that's more what they see. I wouldn't use the word mystery to describe me, like a lot of guys seem to. Oh, I love the mystique about you. What mystique? Just shut up and get your ass in my bed. Let's get this over with. Whoops. Hey, I accidentally knocked my camera down. Did you guys see that? I accidentally knocked my camera down. I looked like freaking, I don't know, I looked like freaking Elmer Fudd down there or something. That was funny. And it's because the camera, honestly, it's like a fine balance on there. My husband is forever throwing his underwear going, your camera's off, isn't it? But it always, because it makes me feel like I dropped in my chair. And then I have to remember that it's the camera that dropped. Okay. Miss Dog Lover. Shut up. I was an addict for years and I've been clean 16 years. False confessions, right there, Miss Dog Lover. Right. American. What were you addicted to? Right. Oh, meth and coke. Oh, I thought you said drinking on there. Oh, okay. Thank you for saying that. Like, thank you for being honest. Again, no judgment here, right? Like I said, life is a lot of ups and downs and all around, without mistakes and shit like that. It's a matter of learning from our mistakes and moving forward. Um, can't say I ever did that. I did hash oil and weed, and I did mushrooms and acid. That's it. Never did anything past that. And acid and mushrooms was very infrequent. It was here and there. But smoking marijuana and weed and oil, not marijuana, same thing, hash and oil. That was like back when I was like 17 years old till I was like 21, right? I never did anything. Once I took a puff at age 26 of a joint. That's it. That was my time back then. And that's because I was with someone that was into that shit. So, I was just like, when you're like, no, 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 I'm good, I'm good. And then one day you just go, okay, sure. Sunny was peeping at us. That's what I look like, eh? I know. I was looking at my face on the camera and I'm just like, I look like this little midget sitting down at the bottom. Oh, that made me laugh too. I think Ben's the one with the actual addict issue, to be honest with you. And actually, I think Ben has like cougar, addiction vibes. Like, I always feel like Ben, I always feel his eyes just staring at me through the computer as if someone, like that blood lust, but it's like love lust. That's how I feel right there. Like, that Ben's just like, oh, Sonny, if I could just come through that, Shh, don't take away my fantasy, people, okay? Just saying. Don't worry, I'll tell my husband. I'll be like, husband, Ben, I can just feel those like love vibes that he's like, Sonny, if you weren't married, I'd so be fucking, yeah, something like that. See, I told you, the truth is coming out, people. Diet Pepsi addict. Okay. Well, right. It's true because, Sonny, you're so true. I love you. It goes kind of with the song, too. That's got to be tough. That's got to be tough for your, sorry for your loss. Wait, okay, hold on. I am not who I was then, although when I will say Nick was murdered, I struggled to keep, absolutely. Oh my goodness. Aw. Oh yeah, right. Sometimes, Melissa, I have to remind myself that it was your story that you had told me about that and shared all that with me. Remember when you came? Like, sometimes I have to remind myself that, yeah, you're the one that came up on the live, and you were talking about it and stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If you weren't married to Stone Cold Steve Austin, I know, Ben. I just got to know. You got $6 million, though. I mean, not about money, but that might work. That just might work for me. Yeah, yeah. And I need the Aussie accent. It has to override the British accent. None of this Italiano shit. I need you to get well versed in the Aussie accent. You want to talk about jizz? Yeah, okay. Gotta have that. I don't know why, but don't tell the husband. But I really love the Aussie accent. My husband keeps saying, "Hey, that shit came off of the British shit, and they put their little freaking shit to the end of it." Yeah, yeah. Get your ass in my bed. Yeah. Pretty much. It's too bad we can't have. Well, I guess that's why people have Patreons, because then the shit that would be coming out of my mouth would be like, I have Patreon, but I never use it. But the shit that would be coming out of my mouth would be a whole different story. Then you guys probably know fully about my life. Husband, he wouldn't care. Husband, he'd just be like, tell him what you want. I don't care. And it would be like show and tell. If you see this toy, okay. This is our sunny after hours live part. Should probably tell people to stop right now. Anyway, let's see here. So there's 63 on Twitter. Twitter, close your eyes. You guys don't need to be watching this stuff, right? 46 in the channel. Okay. You know what? I'm going to be right back. Okay. I'm going to go see if my husband's getting tired and needs to come to bed. Because if he says yes, then I got to go. Right? Gotta go. Oh, and I do love how my husband said yesterday. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. So yesterday, my husband's like, baby, when I wake up in the morning, you're getting my, right? I wake up in the morning. Husband. I thought you said that when you woke up in the morning, I was getting your nowhere to be found, people. You know how many times he's pulled that shit on me? I'm like, oh, you're gaming? Oh. Anyways, I'll be right back. I digress. No, it was a number 1, not a number 2. Anyways, husband said he's tired now. When I went out there, I'm like, husband? And he's just like, yeah. I'm like, oh, are you tired? He's like, yeah. So I'm going to have to go and leave you guys. I have to work anyways. So I've got to be up at 5:30. So get some time in. But anyways, oh, wait, hold on. Let me see here. Got to do some thanks. This dog lover, 26 months. Or he can go F himself. Justice for Abby and Libby. Charmaine did a $10 super sticker. Not really sure who that troll is. And second troll that got a wrench today. What's this? Notice me? No, don't notice you at all. See? All gone. No. Love you guys. You guys know that. Thank you, mods. Thank you guys for all you do. And Ben, just keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. Mark, go to the casino. Miss Dog Lover, go to bed. Lacey, sorry, you're going to have to put all your love to me instead of Aspen now. That's just the way it's going to have to work now. All of it, okay? Anything less, can't have it. But as far as in between that, I smoke. Anyways, thank you, Ben. Love you guys too. You guys know that. For all the people that are loyal followers to the channel, you guys know that you guys are family and all that stuff. Anyways, you guys take care. Can't do edibles. I don't even know what you're talking about. Because anything that you just said right there, I was like thinking of OnlyFans like stuff going in my head. Just put it clear that way. Edibles. Anyways, you guys, You guys, justice for Abby and Libby, of course. And thanks again to Melissa for the beautiful little video she made for the girls and stuff like that. And who else? It's just an honor being nominated. Thanks to Charmaine. Ivy, not really sure who she is, actually. Anyways, you guys take care. And I might see you tomorrow. Perhaps. Mark, I just subscribed to you. Anyways, you guys have a great night, and I might see you tomorrow. Might not, but I might. We'll see. I work 6 to 2. That's not too bad. Okay. I'm just looking for my extra. Give me a second. Okay, found it. Good night, guys. Have a good one.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without a number, we stand and fight. And